Hello, everyone, and welcome to Big Dice Energy, the show where the guy that usually does the intros didn't have time to do an intro this week. So, it's also very quiet. I just realized that. Don't worry about it. We're professionals. So, in the spirit of this show being extremely serious and well thought out, I have scoured the internet, the interwebs, for just top quality funnies, some ha-has, some gags, if you will. So I'm just gonna tell some jokes, and I hope everyone's okay with that. Yeah, yeah, good.
Tell one joke.
I'm gonna tell 4 jokes.
So
Tell-
many jokes, man.
Tell
Too
one
many
joke 4 times.
Tell one joke. Okay, I can do that. Okay, fine. I'll tell 3 jokes. Amanda, is that okay with you?
I mean, that's still like a lot of jokes,
Okay.
man.
Okay, listen. Just gauge the quality of my first joke, and then tell me if I can tell any more. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Alright,
That's
I'm
how this is gonna
listening.
work. So the first joke. Have you ever tried eating a clock? It's pretty time consuming. It's a good joke, right? Right?
No more jokes.
I heard someone say they loved it, so I'm going on for another one. What's ET short for? Because he's got little legs.
Justice. Oh, I got it
No,
wrong.
no, okay.
Oh,
Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom?
Because the P is silent.
Wow.
That's a good joke.
Randolph, I can't believe you knew the answer to that.
And okay, last joke. I swear, I'm sorry. Last joke. Have you ever had an orgy at a circus? It's fucking intense. So, how is everyone this week?
Awful now.
Like a baby and head out.
I like. I had high expectations.
And
Well,
that is why you should never have high expectations of me. So, welcome everyone to Big Dice Energy. As always, I am joined by my wonderful and supportive players. Starting at the top, as always, we have M.
Hi.
We have Randolph.
Hello.
Gollum, apparently. We have Lara.
Hi.
We have Morgan.
Hello.
We have Amanda.
Hi.
And we have Misha.
Sup?
And of course, I am your extremely hilarious and humble Dungeon Master, Dominic, Domaniac, whatever you want to call me. Welcome back, Misha, by the way.
Thank you.
So, Misha was away last week, but they're back now.
We missed you.
Yes, I was
And you-
climbing a mountain actually
Quite
in
literally.
Switzerland because I think that instead of playing the game, I want to live the game.
You don't
So-
want to live this
Wow.
week.
Oh
So,
no!
so,
I'm so scared.
as
Oh,
per
no.
usual, we're just going to take a little few seconds to let you guys know about our official stuff. So we have an official YouTube channel. Lara, is there anything new there?
There's new videos every week after we live stream. Episodes will be posted sometime on Monday, and that's it.
Yeah,
And the Instagram and the Twitter.
of course. And then we also have the website, if Misha would like to talk about that.
Yes, the website is bigdiceenergy.com. Really, real big get for that domain name, so reward me for my efforts by coming and checking it out. Or
Domain.
telling your friends who cannot be bothered to listen to, like, say, Critical Role's got so many previous episodes. Ugh! There's only 8 previous episodes of Big Dice Energy, so get in on the ground floor.
That is our selling point. The
early.
fact that we haven't been around as long.
Hell yeah.
So, for any and all of those, including our official Instagram and our Twitter, that'll be !BDE in chat, and for our YouTube, that'll be !YouTube in chat. Of course, if you're watching this after the fact, don't worry, that's just for the live folks. You can just go ahead and have fun. So, I think as again, unless there's anything new that you guys wanted to throw at me, we can go ahead
No.
and jump into this week's episode of Big Dice Energy.
Let's play D&D.
Let's play D&D. We'll see you guys in a second. When the lightning rock hits the sky, the wait will soon be over.
2 years after a bloody civil war, the tyrannical King Marcellus IV seems to have had a change of hearts. Even as the people of Yagradal rebuild under his newly beneficent rule, the appearance of new and devilish foes means that heroes must rise up.
And welcome back, everyone. So, previously on Big Dice Energy, our group found themselves at the camp of the barbarian tribe known as the Unbringers, a group that had, as of recent, been extorting the town of Sutton for months. You met with their chief, Borba the Horn, whom, after you proved yourself to him, gave you a task, with a second to come after. To climb the Un itself, the tallest mountain in all of Yagradal, as well as check out a so-called cursed place near the midway point. You climbed the mountain using the very worn and used pathway up, found the cursed place, and which appeared to be an open vault of some kind with a strange symbol upon it. You fought its guardians, Nix and Nax, the spectators, and then continued your ascent. After a few close calls, you finally made it to the top of the mountain and saw a gorgeous green brush landscape at the summit, somehow untouched by the altitude. A statue in the center of the path that appeared to depict the god Cord, and a broken and destroyed mausoleum. As you approached the statue, however, a voice boomed out, asking if you were worthy, and the clouds both below you and now above you appearing start to turn dark, and a storm came in out of nowhere, as did a huge inside humanoid, seemingly made out of the storm itself, that began to fight you. You fought well against this creature that called itself simply Un, but you seemed to not be able to deal a finishing blow, until Hayana emerged from the mausoleum with a long sword in hand, and pierced it through Un's ankle, at which point it made its way to Un's head and dispersed him, destroying the sword in the process. As the battle unfolded and everyone began to rest, a more humanoid version of Un appeared at the entrance to the mausoleum, deeming you all worthy, and gifting upon Hayana a mark, that of a mountain with a lightning bolt striking the top. You took the sword that was being held by the statue of Kord, the legendary Blade of Un, and made your ways back down and informed Borba of your success, giving him the blade and expecting your second task. But instead, Borba simply said your next test would be a test of your conviction, but said no more. He told his advisor, Shamakin, to take you all to your places of rest for the night, at which point you were all separated, with Hayana, Ian, and Lionette staying with Philia in her hut, Lydia and Desmond staying within Grink's home, and Amanj taken elsewhere. And that is where we pick up this week. So, Amanj,
Yes.
as you watch as Lydia and Desmond are taken into the large, crudely constructed building within this camp, Shamakin, the grotesque older orc with fungus growing off of his skin and spores just permeating his space, looks over to you and just, with a long finger, just and then begins to just walk off into the distance.
I follow.
Okay. You begin to walk just not too far away as you see a decent-sized hut made of straw and hardened mud that stands before you. A curtain of red cloth sits there as the entrance. You watch as Shamakin to this hut and then just says, "Go."
Oh, your mic is super crunchy.
What about now?
Better, I think?
Okay. You watch as Shamakin
Okay.
just points at the hut and says, "Go. And
So I
be sure to have a good night." As he smiles.
You too.
And he just starts to walk away coughing.
I will go slowly towards the hut.
Okay. You walk towards and open the curtain in front of you and look in. As you enter, you look around and you see a rather bland interior. A single rug of fur of some sort of striped animal lays in the middle of the room. A single large and rickety bed at the back with what looks to be a large feline stuffed head mounted on the wall above it. Not much furniture or place of comfort. It's rather boring. But as you enter and start looking around, and as you're thinking that it is rather boring to yourself, you hear a low growling in the corner to your right. And as you look over to see a large, much larger than normal sized white wolf with blue sparking eyes staring at you and growling as it suddenly begins to stand up from its lowered position. You
Well,
just hear this.
go back out the door. Or the curtain.
And then
And stand like just to the right of it.
as you begin to just back out slowly, you boom, hit something and you turn around and there is a human standing behind you. You see this large, muscular human man with a long, bushy, brownish ginger beard, a brownish mohawk that is braided to the back, very light white skin, a great axe on his back, wearing near nothing but blood-covered rags and a pure white wolfskin cloak. As this man essentially stops your exit and then looks in and just says, "Cyrus! This is our friend. You shall treat them with respect." And you watch as the wolf just begins to back away.
I appreciate that. I think I startled him.
He just looks down at you and moves past you into the tent. "Hello. My name is Bodank. It's a pleasure to meet you. And your name is?"
My name is Amanj. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Guess I'm staying with you for the night, if you don't mind.
"Good, yes. Unfortunately, I do not have many places for you to be sleeping, but you can go ahead and take the bed. I will sleep on the floor."
The rug is fine for me. I'm used to sleeping on the floor.
"As am I, but if that is your way, very well." He just begins to walk in and sits on the edge of his bed, takes the great axe off of his back and places it against the wall. Starts to... The only thing that he's wearing apart from the blood-covered rags and the wolfskin cloak are these braces that he slowly and starts to take off, putting them to the side of the bed. "So, a mange was it?
Yes.
What brings you to our camp?"
I came here with a group of others trying to intercede on behalf of the citizens of Sutton. I don't know if you're familiar with the monetary relationship between the Unbringers and Sutton, but it
Yeah.
was becoming too burdensome.
Yeah, I am one of the peoples that go to Saturn and collect.
Right, okay.
So I don't remember you, but I don't remember much. So
I probably wasn't there the last time or any of the previous times that you were there because I've just moved there, so
you moved to Saturn. Bad idea.
temporarily, but yeah.
Very well.
And
sort
you
of-
live here most of the time?
Yeah. I am part of what Bodunk refers to as the inner circle. So he trusts me, and I have nowhere else to go. So this is good as place as any.
Do you like it?
He just sort of looks around. Yeah. Sure.
Is I don't know if it's too much to ask, just wondering your opinion if Borba is easy to work with. What do you think of him?
He starts to lean back on his bed a little bit, placing a hand behind him just to comfort and lounge. Just looks you up and down. Boba is the best leader I have ever met. What are you getting at?
It's always good to know the opinion of people who serve under a leader. He seemed honorable to me, but I've only just met him, so
If anything, honor is one of the top things on Borba's list.
good. That's good to know.
Not above respect, but you seem to have proven yourselves worthy of his time. And some modicum of his respect. It's interesting, to say the least. We rarely have outsiders do such things.
We're an interesting group.
Indeed. I have not met all of you. I've just seen two of your crew, the half-elf and the little one.
There are a couple little ones. There's two of them. There's a ranger and a magic-y guy.
Well, this one did not seem like a ranger.
Ah, okay. Desmond.
I can't help but notice your accent, friend.
Yes. I'm from Lux, but my family is from Praishal.
But I shall. What are you, if I may ask?
I suppose, yes. They call Genesee? Not a lot of people are familiar, but
Indeed. I am not familiar with your kind. I thought you some infernal born, but do not have the tail nor the horns.
no. Instead of having some demon or fiend or something as a member of my ancestry, I have fire. An incarnation of fire.
Just simply fire.
Yes.
So,
And as for how that happens, sort of with people and fire, I don't know. Don't ask me.
so what? Your mother, she fucked the fire and you came out.
More or less, yeah. That's not exactly how she puts it, but there is a fire elemental or something like that.
Elemental.
She's kind of vague on it, though.
He just shakes his head in confusion. It is an interesting story to be telling, my friend. Are you hungry?
Yeah. I could eat, yes.
Very well. Man of fire, if you wouldn't mind. And he gestures to the corner of the room where there is just a pile of wood.
Absolutely. And I do the produce flame in my hand, look at him to make sure he wants me to light it on fire. And if he gives me the okay, I'll light the wood on fire.
He just nods.
Yeah.
And you, and it begins to crackle and flame up, and he just looks at you, looks up and down again. Cool.
Yeah, it's handy.
You like meat, yes?
Yes.
Good. And you watch as he just leaves the hut for around 6 or so minutes and comes back with a large carcass of some kind. Appears to be woven. Just puts it in the middle of the room. Time to start carving. Takes his axe and just starts making dinner.
Nice.
So, as you guys are doing that, who would like to go next? We have the crew that is in Philia's house and the ones that are in Grink's.
I'm happy to go next.
Go ahead.
If,
So,
I can
within
take the attack.
Philia's hut, you guys walk in and Philia's already offered you food, and they, after around 20 or so minutes, she comes back into the tent with what is essentially wooden plates with meats and vegetables upon it, begins setting it across the central table in the middle of the room, and sits down, looks at all of you a little bit sheepishly. Please.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Yes, thank you.
It is always my my most. They, I'm not very good with people, so. But food I am good with. So
Honestly, same on the people front.
yes. Um. So, and then she just sort of looks at each of you, Ian, Lionette, and Hayana. Just swallows.
Thank you for the food.
No problem. So you climbed the mountain.
Yeah. More or less.
What was it like?
Long. Treacherous.
She's smiling and nodding as you say this.
Have you not been?
No, no. We have only been here for not too long. And I haven't really been deemed or have even asked for the chance. So, only warriors that are worthy make the trek. Or
Fair.
apparently outsiders that need to be tested.
I guess. Does everybody bring back the sword?
Oh, yes. There will be a trek now given to 5 to take the sword back and place it back within its resting place.
Oh.
That explains the tattoos.
Yeah.
Tattoo?
How many other, like like Borba has on his chest?
Purba has many tattoos on his chest.
The one that's like a lightning bolt striking the top of a mountain?
Sort of gets taken aback a little bit. What? Why? Who has this tattoo?
I do.
Her eyes
And
widen a little
Hyena
bit.
like starts to take off the bracer and pull her sleeve up.
She looks at it and then leans in, sort of goes to grab your arm but stops and then looks at you. Sorry, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. She pulls your arm a little bit and looks at it. That is not a tattoo. That is the mark.
Yeah, he sort of showed up and I don't know, struck me with lightning or something.
He?
Yeah, the statue guy. He called himself the Un.
She just stops for a second and like looks at Lionette and then to Ian and then back to you. Oh, wow, interesting.
So that doesn't normally happen, I'm guessing.
She pulls back and shakes her head a little bit. No. It's Un is very rarely defeated, and only when he is defeated is someone gifted with the mark of proving.
So, I guess, forgive me, what normally happens? Do people just die up there, or do they get knocked off, or what happens?
No, they usually, a lot of people die, um, but the ones that survive and actually pass the test, there are some like Borba who defeat Un, and then there are ones that simply climb the statue and take the sword. And then it is said that Un leaves.
We didn't take that option.
I can tell. Have you told Borba about your mark?
No, I thought maybe that was supposed to happen.
No. It is interesting to say the least. She sort of looks at you and smiles a little bit. Not to
Look,
be not to be rude, but if anyone, I thought that maybe you would get the mark if anyone would from your group. And she gestures to Lionette with her head.
Well, just wasn't meant to be.
Well, Chords chooses only the strongest, so you must be very strong. She smiles at you, Hannah.
Hyana smiles back and says, "There are lots of different kinds of strength."
It's interesting. I don't know many halflings. Ever since I left my hometown, but I haven't met any that I would even say would qualify for the mark. Have you seen war?
Yeah, I have.
Wow. She's just smiling.
It's not all it's cracked up to be.
Oh, I know. But to get the mark means that you have passed 3 tests within your life already. And to be so young.
3 tests.
Yes. I only know of one, which is to see war. Borba doesn't say much about his experiences, but apparently he passed them, and that is why he is chieftain.
Are you his actual daughter, or is this like an adoptive thing?
Oh, yes and no.
You don't have to answer if it's uncomfortable.
No. Borba, I used to live in Lux, and I grew up there. And as a young Goliath girl, I was a lot different to everyone else. Not to mention the fact that I had no parents and essentially lived both on the street and in orphanages. But
It's a hard city for anybody not on the inside.
indeed. But there was one day where a group of me and my friends, I thought they were my friends. They wanted me to break into this man's house and steal some grain. And I wasn't going to, and then they convinced me. And I got in, I got the grain, and then it turns out that it was Borba's house. Borba was a fighter in the pits, in the High Colosseum, and he was kind of my idol in a way. And my friends knew he was going to be there and that I was going to get in trouble. They planned that. But instead, Borba saw I was hungry and gave me food. And then invited me to stay. And then again and again. And then eventually just decided to let me live in his house. And he raised me and trained me to be who I am today. He is the best man I know.
Sounds like it. I'm glad that it all worked out for you.
Yes. He knew how hard it was to be different. Being the spawn of both a giant and an orc, he is one of a kind in my eyes.
It's really wonderful that everything worked out the way it did.
Yes. But it's, of course, not through lack of determination, and trying to honor him is very difficult. She sort of looks at you, Lionette, and then looks down at her feet. I feel like he doesn't see me in the same way that I see him. But anyway, I would love to hear about all of you.
What do you want to know?
Anything. You're all proven and very different.
You mean shorter. Don't worry, I get it.
No.
I'm
It's-
teasing.
Oh. Oh. I just meant that it's very strange to see a group consisting of such different races and people, especially in Yagodal, where everyone is human, and yet there is only one amongst you.
Yeah, kind of funny how that happened. We haven't been together for too long. I think the longest among us is me and Lionette, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of funny actually. I don't see halflings very often, and here I am now running around with two of them.
Indeed. And a half-elf and a tiefling, and she points to Ian. I've never met one of your kind before, and the 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 red guy with the flames, he is certainly interesting.
He's a good kid.
She smiles. Yes. Well, if there is anything you would like to ask, I am going to be awake for a little while longer. Um,
Guessing you can't tell us what the task for tomorrow is.
I don't know it. Borba keeps a lot of things to him and Shamakin, even from his inner circle.
Has he put groups like this under these tests before?
No. We've only been here for maybe what would be 12 of the full moons. It's not too long. We don't get many outsiders. Maybe one or two travelers here and there.
You guys come from all over, or did
Oh.
everybody follow you up from Lux?
Not everybody. The Unbringers were their own thing. But then when we came here, there was a disagreement between Borba and the Bringer's last chieftain, Glenkin Mog.
Oh.
And so Borba beat him in single combats and took leadership. And everyone has been very reliant on Borba. He's been apparently one of their best leaders. I've been with him since I met him. And the inner circle, we have been together for maybe a year. Me, Bodunk, Drank, Shamakin, and of course Borba. And Cyrus, of course. Cyrus is a good boy.
I don't know if I've met Cyrus.
He's a wolf.
Oh,
He is Bodan's companion.
well, I've met Wolf. I see.
But yes, we've been together for a little while. How about all of you? You said that it's not been too long.
Yes. Oh, did you want to go ahead?
No, go ahead.
Me and Hayana met a couple of months ago when we were escorting a caravan, and then we met with everyone else as we arrived in Sutton and Desmond shortly before. So all in all, we have not known each other too long.
Wow. And yet you work together so well.
Thank you. Well, in the military, you learn to fight with all sorts of people. You never know who you're going to be paired with.
The military. So you have seen war as well.
Yes, it was a very long time ago, though.
Sort of like cocks her head a little bit. A very long time ago?
Yes, when I joined the King's Guard, it was much closer to the beginning of the Civil War.
Oh. Wow.
I've been kind of doing my own thing for the last few years.
I've heard of Civil War. I believe that is how my parents found their end.
Took a lot of things from a lot of people.
Yes, this is true. But war is needed sometimes. She smiles.
Lionette just kind of has a sour, stoic expression.
Yeah, but I think Hannah's also like kind of just very like,
She sort of looks at both of you and sees that, and oh, well, anyway, if that is all, I think it should be time for us to be getting to bed.
Yeah, it sounds like we've got a long day tomorrow. Thank you for your hospitality again.
Thank you for your companionship. Whomever wishes to take my bed, I will sleep wherever. It is fine with me. Have a good rest. Sort of
You too.
gets up and walks over to the corner and just sits with her back to the wall and just starts to rest as the rest of you start to...
Either of you can take the bed. I'm fine with the ground.
I prefer the ground.
Then Lion Egg gets
How
to bed.
big is the bed?
It's big enough for Philia. It's basically like a queen size.
Oh, well then, yeah, then the two of you can fit on it. It's fine.
Hannah just like sits against a wall and like looks at Lionette like, mm-mm.
You fought today. You need rest. You take it.
She's already
Uh,
just piling up on the floor. She doesn't have time for this.
Are we just all sleeping on the floor?
I guess.
Apparently so.
It's a sleepover.
Thanks for the hospitality, Philia. It looks like these girls are stubborn.
Okay.
Hannah like unrolls her bedroll.
So, whilst all that is happening, over in Grink's house, Lydia and Desmond, you watched as Bodunk left the establishment, and Grink leaned back on his chair after saying a few things, and then looked at you both and asked, "Wine or ale?"
Wine.
Wine
Ale.
it is. Ale? Interesting. So both then, indeed. He stands up and goes to the back of the room where you see now there are 4 just large casks just in the back of the room that he goes to one, fills 2 large tankards with what looks to be a red coloured wine, and then one with a brownish ale. And he walks back over the table. "Well, sit down!" Throws them onto the table. They splash a little bit.
I sit down.
He leans in, sits down. Well, well, well.
Thank you so much for your hospitality. I know it seems fairly normal in your culture from what I've seen, but still, very nice of you. Thank you so much. And I give him the cheers kind of thing, and then I drink wine.
He raises his glass and then just says, "Yes, indeed. It seems that all barbarians are just the nicest people." He starts to drink. "You don't know them." And slams it onto the table. "And what of you, little
Well,
man?"
so far you don't.
Huh? What?
Did I frighten you?
You slammed that down pretty strong.
Wow. Okay. I'll try and be a little bit more subtle, shall I?
Yeah, just gentler.
I sincerely apologize. Just
You know, Desmond here is a very powerful magic user. He's the most important guy we have in a fight.
Oh,
Thank
is
you
he
for-
indeed?
I give Lydia a quizzical look.
Well, Desmond, what is it you do?
A bit of, hand waving, throw stuff on the floor.
I mean, shit comes out of his hands.
Shit comes out
Shit
of my
comes
hand.
out.
Yeah.
That's quite
Yeah.
the magic.
He sniped a bird like 40 feet
Fecalmancy,
away in
I
the
should call
dark.
it.
No, don't call it that. That was a turn of phrase, a pun. I'm a bard. Sorry, I use a lot of words.
Oh, are you indeed? Couldn't tell.
Yeah, I have a song. Would you like to hear it?
Dom, your mic's doing the thing.
I'm gonna kill a man.
That's not what he says. Is it still doing the thing?
It
She's
was,
okay.
but maybe not now.
Okay, I'll try and not do the thing. He just... Of course. I am a vast lover of songs.
Oh,
Damn
you'll
it.
like this one. I down the rest of my wine really quickly and then grab my lute and clear my throat and say, I've been to the Lake of Infinity with a man of great masculinity. His words made me swoon, and we danced by the moon, and it was there that I lost my virginity. And I bow.
I spit my ale.
You just hear a light chuckle and then a...
It's good, right?
It's not bad, no.
Everyone needs a smile every once in a while.
Can you not stop rhyming?
Sometimes I can't.
And what of you, Desmond? Do you sing?
It's not my jam. Really? Do you sing?
Not so much, but I am
Yeah, but
a performer.
You've got a lute.
you are.
I have a lute, I have drums. There's a flute somewhere back there, but I can't find it.
Oh, I can do Three Blind Mice.
I would love to hear it.
I need flute.
He just points to the corner of the room. It's over there somewhere. Go find it.
Okay, I'm gonna go just searching through her stuff, see if I find anything cool.
Make an investigation check.
As Desmond
Plus
walks
zero.
away, I tell Grank he's being really shy. He sang a song to me once. It was spot on.
Oh, he's being shy. I couldn't tell.
That's just it.
He's very easy to fuck with. As Desmond's just there in the corner, just rummaging through things,
He is, isn't he?
you find no flute. There's nothing really there. You sort of take out a few things, a few like rolls of paper that seem to have some sort of like notes on it, like musical notes. You have no idea how to read them. You put them to the side. You find what looks to be a leather thong
What?
that's just in there. There's a few what look to be like straw humanoid dolls there, but no flute. As you're searching, he just looks over to you, Lydia. He leans on the table with both of his elbows just resting on it. So, I understand that you all passed the test today. Interesting. I apologize for the way that I reacted from it. It was hilarious.
No, we're easy to underestimate, but now you know not to do that again.
And underestimate you, I will never. He leans back on his chair.
Aw.
How you doing over there, little man?
There's so much shit.
Yep. He leans in. I don't own a flute.
Oh, that's good. What do you perform? You said you perform.
Yes, lute and drums mostly. Most of the drums at this point. The people outside seem to like it. But I was born into the way of performances.
Really?
Yes, but don't tell anyone.
Get me another wine and tell me about it.
Hey, little man!
Please.
Huh?
Get the lady some wine.
I'm looking for a flute.
Yeah, you can find that afterwards, I believe. Don't worry, keep searching, it will be in there.
Okay.
Thank you ever so much, dear.
Thank you.
Why?
He takes his glass, finishes it, slams it on the table. Oh, and one for me too, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. It's normally the host's job, but yeah.
What was that?
What?
So how long have you been performing?
Most of my life, really. I grew up just on the streets of Lodine, you know, a ugly little orcish boy that,
Oh, I don't believe that for a second.
well, I grew into the looks, and he flicks his hair. But most of what I learn comes from a man known as Federico Merci. He was once a great bard that traveled the land, the world even, with his own adventuring party.
I've heard of him. You studied under him?
I did. For but a time, he taught me the ways of the lute. He's quite a phenomenal performer. Him and his lute rhapsody was enticing. I haven't thought of a good name for my lute, it's just a fucking lute. But Rhapsody,
It's a good name.
it is.
Wow. I'm so jealous you got to see him perform. Was that all in Lodine?
It was
What's Lodine like? I've never been there.
an absolute shithole. It used to be very militaristic. It used to be a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a fort. It used to be like Fort Lodine, and there was a little town. But then the war came and burns, and everyone died, and now it's just a shitty town made out of the scraps of what it could have been. But
That sounds a lot like what happened here.
here in Un, or just in general,
Yeah. I guess everywhere is kind of a shithole now.
Yagrodal. Yes. The Civil War
toast with
kind
my
of.
empty cup.
He looks over and just stares at Desmond.
Have you got a mop? I might have spilt some wine. It's very high up.
I can go help him.
It's not like easy to
He
reach.
stands up, takes your cup, Lydia, walks on over to Desmond. You are just something, aren't you? Fills the two cups. Come, sit back down, little man.
Okay.
Places the cup in front of you. Anyway. Where were we?
Everywhere is a shithole.
Oh, yes, the Civil War. It, really fucked this entire continent up. But, like I say to everyone else, at least we don't live in Draconis.
I'm sorry, at least we don't.
Live in Draconis.
Oh, yeah, Draconis sucks.
Yeah, it's a lot of dragon people. They keep trying to
Yeah.
kill each other. Don't know why. Don't really care. But, you know what is? Idiots make war, and our king is a fucking idiot. Well, he's not my king. My king is elsewhere. And he just dramatically looks off into the distance.
Ugh.
That's not intriguing.
And
Not
what
at
of
all.
you, Lydia? Where did you learn your skills?
Oh, I grew up all over, but I mostly studied in Orilin. If there is a shithole of all shitholes, I could
It would
confidently
be
say
a
that
little,
that's,
yes.
yeah.
We've been there.
But that being said, I learned a bit of this, a bit of that, a bit of music, a bit of magic. Here we are.
Magic. My favorite.
Really?
Of course.
Do you dabble in the arcane arts?
He just leans back nonchalantly and wiggles his fingers, and you watch as an illusion of a very beautiful looking lute just begins to float in his hands. You could say that. And he closes his fist.
Nice.
Why do you need an illusion loot if you've got a real loot? I don't... What?
He's kind of got a point.
That wasn't my loot. But, so you get your skills through the same way as I do. And you say that you just, and he looks at Desmond,
Huh?
trickle things on the floor and do study.
Yeah, or do hand stuff.
Hand stuff? Yes, I remember the hand stuff. I apologize. What did
He's
you
very
study?
adept at hand stuff.
Did you study? Are you just born into greatness?
Sometimes I think about it quite a bit, so I guess.
You are very interesting. You have this aura about you that says that you're charismatic and you can hold your own, but so timid, shy. Is it an act, or...
No. Generally, when massive people are around me, who can pummel me.
Actually, that's not really true. You are kind of like this all the time, no matter the size of the people you're around.
Is that true?
Desmond?
Yeah, a lot of people can pummel me.
Then don't let them. You're a man of the arcane. Burn them to a crisp, boy.
I mean, I don't often want to do that. I'll take it on board.
Wow. He starts to just slowly chug his drink.
But he could turn them to a crisp if he wanted to. I mean, he's really very good.
Where I'm come from, we call it a chip. That's our equivalent of a crisp. Just... Huh.
Where do you
Hey,
come
where's
from,
that
Desmond?
flute? Oh, Lodine. It's right next
so
to
it's
Lux.
great.
He turns his head in curiosity and stops drinking. Oh, do you
Oh.
know?
You come from Lodine. Good. Cool.
What a coincidence.
What part of Lodine?
The south part.
The south part.
Insight check on Desmond.
Okay. Go ahead and give me your check, Desmond, if it be persuasion or deception.
Yeah, just let me switch to GM mode.
Uh-huh.
And fuck. Sorry. I do not know. That was a 2.
Desmond just has, like, this face on all the time of just pure fright. So he's very hard to read in that sense. The south side, interesting. So, fort side.
What?
Fort side, near the farms.
Yeah.
Interesting. I perused there somewhat in my time.
Oh, then I've probably sold you potatoes or pumpkin occasionally.
I was never
Or
one to
we
buy
grew this
things.
one thing. It was red, and inside there were seeds.
Are you speaking of a
I-
tomato, boy?
That's how you pronounce it.
He just slowly looks over to Lydia,
Desmond
wide-eyed.
knows crops and adventuring. In his
Adventuring.
words.
There's
Well,
a
that's
big
what we
grin
do
on his
now.
face. Oh, you're adventurers, are you?
I whisper, I help him a lot.
I can tell. He drinks. But no, the farms are a beautiful sight to behold. Honestly, the best part of Lodine, if I had to say so. The shambled fort is kind of its own beauty. A beauty once there, but now gone. But the farms, they're natural. Did you own a farm, or were you tenants?
I didn't own, but I lived on a farm.
Interesting.
What did you farm?
I just told you, tomatoes.
Oh,
Tomato.
but he didn't know how to pronounce that,
Mm.
so
Indeed.
that was weird.
Well, we only did that once. It was mostly potatoes and pumpkins.
All right, that makes sense.
You're adorable.
Yes.
Anyway, you seem the inquisitive types. Any questions?
Oh, pardon me.
I'm sure that there's a lot of things that you wish to know about us.
Where's the bed?
Upstairs.
Cool.
There's just one, though.
Oh, that's cool.
Do you want it?
I mean, kinda, but I'm not gonna.
He just
I mean, you're awfully
nods to the
small.
stairs.
Yeah.
Take it.
Oh, Desmond, come on. He's being an open book. He's asking us to learn more about their culture. We should learn more about their culture.
Yes. We are adventurers.
How do you like it here, Grank? How long have you been here?
In the Oon.
That was 2 questions.
That was 2 questions, and honestly, I can't answer any of them now because you can't ask 2 at the same time.
Do I fluster you?
The Oon is different. I made sure that I don't have to live in a bloody hut. I live in a house, like a civilized person. Had to kill the last guy that lived here, though. That was... Had to get all new furniture. But it's okay, I guess. Living with the simple folk. Acting like one of the simple folk to not make them think me different. Having to be scary. Like Borba. It's tiring, to say the least. But then I get brief respite within my own home. What about you? How do you like it here?
Oh, I hate it.
Makes sense.
What about Sutton? You know the mayor from there. How do you like him?
I don't. He's a slimy little fat bastard who honestly needs to be killed. That's my honest opinion.
I kind of agree with you there, but
He has too many
I mean,
connections.
oh, if you did see someone else as the mayor of Sutton, who would you pick?
Me. He smiles. I'd make a great mayor, honestly.
I guess that was a dumb question.
No one else better for the job, honestly. But no. This place is interesting. I like being around Borba. I like being around Bodunk. Bodunk's interesting. Philia. And then there's Shamakin. He's his own kind. But we love him. He's like the creepy uncle that will probably kill you at some point.
He really doesn't seem to like us very much.
He doesn't like anyone.
Amanj isn't staying with him, is he?
I don't believe so. I think Amanj,
The fire guy.
the fire guy, whomever is staying with anyone else, will be with either Philia or Bodunk. So.
Oh, good. They're good people?
Absolutely, yes. Bodunk
Good.
is a meathead. Philia is great.
Well, that's a nice way to say it.
Indeed.
You and Philia, you know.
He raises an eyebrow.
No,
I mean-
just when you describe someone as great.
He leans back and just is looking very. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Ooh. I hope this one goes better than the other one.
You can do
13.
it.
It's very hard to read, but sort of crosses his arms a little bit. Just doesn't keep eye contact. She's very strong, independent, a great fighter.
I'm
Just
sure she'll get
shrugs.
along with Lionette and Hayana then.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know who they are, but yes.
That's
I
fine.
just tend to agree
Not important.
at this point.
a good way to get through life.
But yes. You haven't spoken with Borba much.
No, I'm fine with that, to be honest. I mean,
What do you think of him?
He seems very strong and scary to me.
I agree.
I think that's what he's going for. So,
He's a fucking puppy dog.
no.
If you really get to know him, he's one of the nicest people I've ever met. But then he has that sword that just fucking strikes fear into people's hearts.
And he also runs a protection racket on a town.
Yes, that's his own issue, which I'm sure will come up.
What's with the, like, when his face gets all lightning-y?
Well, that's the blade that he holds. A blade said to have killed gods.
Did he kill gods?
Gods, no. But the blade has. Or so the legends say. Salvo, the Blade of Storms. It was once held by the very first chosen of Cord within the War of Light and Darkness. I don't know what god it killed, but apparently it killed a god.
Oh, our friend Amanj worships him, right, Desmond?
Cord? Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
Then
big on Cord. Like,
your,
super fan.
your friend Amanj will do very well here.
Well, we're not staying here, but
Of course not, but
Yeah.
if you were to ever return,
so yeah, you think we'd be welcome back?
depends how tomorrow goes.
Oh yeah. What's up with that?
What do you mean?
Come on. Do you know what's gonna happen tomorrow? Can you help us out a little bit?
I have no idea what is going to happen tomorrow.
Insight.
Go ahead.
Yeah. 4.
He
We're
is
all real drunk.
the hardest motherfucker to read. To you, anyway.
I mean, what happened last time a group came in and did something like we did? What was their trial of?
I don't know.
Huh.
No outsiders like you have been here since we've been here. We've only been here around 4 months.
Oh, we're the first.
Not the first, I would say, but certainly the most interesting.
Well, then someone has done it before.
No, not the tests or anything.
Oh.
But there have been non-Unbringer types within our walls, yes. Some don't leave. Some do.
Cool. Cool.
Well, I'm honored that we are welcomed and will then be allowed to leave.
Absolutely. You can come and go as you please.
What about any tips to bring out that puppy dog in Borba?
You'll
Lots of wine.
really just want to get to know him, which will probably be difficult because,
Yeah, that seems hard.
yeah, you're kind of not his type of people. But who knows?
That's a little rude, but okay.
I'm just being forthright and honest.
We appreciate it.
He prefers people, bigger and scarier and won't shit themselves if I slam a cup onto the table.
Oh, he must hate Desmond then.
Most
Nobody
people
could
do.
hate Desmond.
Oh,
he just-
no.
he-
No one hates.
Ruffles your hair.
I did style that, but I guess that's okay for you to ruffle hair. I'm gonna go to bed.
He just starts
Good
to finish
night.
his drink and then just... Where are you sleeping, Desmond?
I was gonna find a place
Okay.
upstairs, hidden away.
So he's not having the bed.
No,
I mean, I am a lady.
He just
Cheers.
looks over. Cheers.
Cheers. And I am quite a lady.
Then, my lady, you may take the bed.
Aw, thank you so much. So nice. And a gracious, excellent host. This wine is excellent.
It's okay. I'll see you in the morning.
Good night.
He just
And I
nods.
follow Desmond upstairs.
And you find your way upstairs. there is a singular room that is probably just right above the room that Grink is in downstairs, that has a few pieces of furniture, a small cabinet with what looks to be clothes around it, and a singular double bed in the center of the room.
I jump on the bed and go, "Good night, Desmond."
No, um, uh, I just look around for a place to sleep and then just lie down on the floor where I am.
Okay.
Can I toss him like is there a skin or something I can toss him?
There's a few skins on the bed, yeah.
Toss one onto him.
Oh, thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So, unless there's anything anyone would like to do during the night,
Yeah, I actually have a quick thing.
go ahead.
Before like Bodang conks out, Amanch wants to ask him, is there any way that do you have any things to write a letter, or is there a way to send letters from here?
Not really, no.
Okay.
You could try, I don't know, writing a letter on some animal hide, sending it one of the hunting parties.
That's okay, I can wait. Just thought I'd ask.
No worries. Not many letters in here. Sorry.
No worries. Good night.
Good night. And then you all find yourselves coming to rest. Ian,
We stand a long rest.
Yes.
during your rest,
Oh.
there is a moment where you just hear this buzzing somewhere in your vicinity. Sort of keeps you awake a little bit. And then you begin to hear talking. These voices. Sounds like women, maybe? But they sound both far away and very close. Sort of open
Ian.
your eyes. Ground. And you see, not but a few feet away from your face, there are these 3 small lights that are just hovering there. This pink, purple, and then dark purple lights.
Hello.
You watch as the lights move very quickly and then fly up into your face. And you sort of get taken aback by that for a second, and then your eyes focus. And you see these 3 tiny little people with wings on their back, insect-like wings. You see 3 women. One with... from left to right, you see the first appears to be a tiny girl, as do all of them, with shoulder-length brownish hair, yellow eyes, pointed ears, and a teeny tiny little bow on her back, wearing what appears to be small leaves, seemingly as armor. The second appears to have long blonde hair with a tiny little wand at her side. This tiny little stick. Blue eyes and wearing a little robe. And the third appears to be... she seems to have tiny, short, black hair that is pulled to the left side and the other side is shaved. Purple eyes, wearing a set of leather armor and 2 daggers in sheaths. These tiny little metallic daggers to her side. You watch as they're just flying in front of your face. And you hear one of them, the one in the middle, just say, "Well, hello there."
Hi.
Hi. Ah. She begins to look to the other two. Can you see us fully and hear us?
Yes. Who are you? Why are you so tiny?
They all three of them begin to like giggle, and the one, the pink one, begins just, well, we're your friends. Well, you should probably explain. And the middle one just, yes, Morn, I will. Well, I am Noon. This is my sister Morn and my other sister Eve. We are known as the triplets of the day. And we're sort of, your guardians, if anything.
Guardian.
Yes. What was said? Well, we were tasked many years ago to watch over the daughter of the Pure One, by our mother Arcadia, and I feel like we've done an excellent job, don't you, Eve? And you watch as Eve just, we've done okay, I suppose.
Mother who?
Arcadia, our mother. You are the daughter of someone she referred to as the Pure One. I don't know what that means, but this is incredible. Perhaps you're so close to a place of Fey power with this mountain that we can finally speak. Hello, hello, hello. And she just sort of flies closer and just starts to like tap your nose a little bit, just touch you.
Nice to meet you. It's great to finally be able to see.
And you. Well, we always see you. Yeah, we do. We always see you. We kind of watch you as you sleep sometimes. Morn, really? Um, I'm sorry about her. She's different.
It's okay.
So, obviously, I assume that you've been noticing the drastic difference in your magic recently.
Yes, it's something. I don't
That's
know.
us.
Oh?
For some reason, we went from out of nowhere being simple watchers to being guardians. It just happened. So, we could give you our strength and lend you some of our abilities. The balm is something that our mother, Arcadia, created, and we hope that it's doing you well.
It has. It saved many of my friends and myself.
Yes! Good!
I'm sorry. This is crazy. I've always wondered where it all came from, but now that I'm seeing it, I just feel more confused. Who's the pure one? Why were you sent for me?
If we knew, I'd tell you. It's simply many years ago, a mother simply said to us, daughters, I wish for you to watch over this child. And so we did. She is the daughter of the Pure One, an old friend. I don't know what that means. The Pure One could be anything, really.
Oh. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think. It's wonderful to meet you.
And you. Yes, I suppose it's good to meet you as well. And you just see the first one more and just fucking shaking.
Is she alright?
Oh, she does that. She's just very excited. Um, well,
So those years ago, when I was in the high woods, alone, you were the ones who gave me the book.
yes! That was us. It
You
was
were the voices
actually
I heard.
my idea, Noon. Well, you don't have to be like that about it, but sure. It was Eve's idea to give you the book. But it was a collective effort.
Thank you. Thank you.
No worries. Ah,
That book, you saved my life countless of times.
it's quite literally what we do. But we appreciate the thanks. Um, but it's mostly you. You're very powerful and interesting.
Interesting.
Yes. Well, we've never heard of um, an individual born of infernal blood to harness the power of the Fae, but here you are.
I guess that's true.
It's amazing. It's amazing to meet you, but we already feel as if our force is dwindling here.
Will I see you again?
I hope so. But
She
if we
smiled.
don't see each other soon, just know that we're watching over you.
Ian puts up her finger and pretends like it's like she wants a hug.
They see that, and you watch as Noon just sort of places a hand on your finger and then embraces it. You watch as Morn just and just holds onto the finger. You can feel the little shaking, and then you watch as Eve just looks at it, touches your finger, just like slaps it. Well,
Thank you.
thank you.
Oh.
We'll see you soon,
I
hopefully.
don't know what to say.
Have a good
Yeah.
rest. And just one more and they just disappear.
Hello? Oh.
It just goes back to being quiet.
Ian, she sits there for a moment and she puts her hand back down. And she kind of just smiles there for a minute, kind of feeling like an idiot for just sitting there and smiling. And then she takes a deep breath and she lays back down.
Okay. You find yourself back to rest as you drift off into sleep. If I could ask everyone apart from Desmond, please, to go ahead and deafen themselves.
God
Ooh.
It's Greg. He's coming in. Oh, Desmond.
Okay. Lionette,
Can
go
I-
ahead and
can
deafen
I-
yourself, please.
Can I have fairies?
So, Desmond, you begin to drift into your regular slumber when your mind begins to feel off. You begin to hear a low ringing in your ears and almost feel like you're moving around, but yet knowing that you are completely still. You remember the sound and then begin to hear the same sound of static, a sudden high-pitched buzz, and then everything just stops for a second. As you open your eyes, you are in a void, a familiar void of blackness all around you.
Oh, great.
You begin to look around for something, anything, but there is just nothing. And that's when you watch something begin to float into sight from below. You look and see a small pink bubble floating and flying in front of you. You stare at it, almost entranced, for a second.
What?
As you reach your finger out instinctively and pop it. You hear the pop, and then the pop and the slight splash causes you to recoil for a second instinctually. And you then hear the sounds of applause. You open your eyes to find yourself on the side of a grand wooden stage. You look to the right to see a crowd of people in an unfamiliar town centre. You see a large temple with a grand bell tower the other side of the thoroughfare, and around 100 or more people gathered. You hear a muffled... You hear muffled as the ringing and static is still very much present. And then you look to center stage to see a handsome-looking elven man with a grand top hat with a red ribbon around the middle, a very fine and eccentric suit-like attire, and a smile on his face as he says outwardly, "And now, allow me to introduce the Lady of the Sea, the great Eternia." And he begins to walk off, to which he gestures behind him, and you see a large glass tank filled with water. The crowd goes silent as beautiful music begins to play from seemingly out of the ether, and you feel yourself entranced by this tank for a moment, as you watch as a single small humanoid, a halfling with flowing blonde hair, a woman in a beautifully made blue and white dress, many rings on her fingers, begins to quite literally swim and perform some sort of underwater dance. You watch as she spins in time with the music. She twirls and gestures outwards. She is telling a story through dance underwater. You aren't one to understand such things, but even you are almost immediately struck by the beauty of her performance. Clearly a sad tale, one of loss, of regret. It's fluid how perfectly it's portrayed. It's the most amazing thing you have ever seen in your entire life. the music begins to ramp up, and you watch as she begins to struggle underwater for a second, and the audience become tense. And then as the music changes tone just slightly, she stops and shows it was just part of the performance and carries on. The music picks up in pace, and she begins to swim faster, spin faster, dance faster. The performance is nearing its end as she spins over and over again with the music, and then out of nowhere the water shifts color like magic, becoming purple, then pure pink. The dancer has her eyes closed as she spins and then opens her eyes as she puts herself into a downward spiral, and you watch as she immediately stops as she hits the floor of the tank and looks around, seemingly concerned with concern on her face. You don't know again whether it's part of the act or not. It's so fluid, so perfect, so beautiful. She begins to walk on the floor and step around as you watch as she just begins to struggle once more as the music hits its apex, the outro, as she begins to hold her neck and seems like she's drowning. The audience are enraptured by this.
Can I go over? Can I?
You can't move. You just are enraptured by the beauty. And you watch. You then watch as the song comes to an end with a final booming note as the dancer opens her mouth and looks to throw her arms in front of her. The announcer immediately runs on stage, looking panicked. As the crowd goes wild with cheers, roses and gold coins begin to fly onto the stage as the announcer says to the crowd, "And that will be our show. Thank you very much." And then looks back as, in a hurried tone, as you watch curtains drop in the front of the stage. As he turns around and stares at the tank, now filled with this pink water. The dancer still within. Eyes wide open. Mouth agape. Floating. The announcer drops to his knees as you hear the thud of his knees hitting the wood. Everything around you explodes and flashes, and you are suddenly back within the void of nothingness.
What?
You stand there for a second, taking it all in, thinking to yourself, what could it mean? What connection do I have with this person? And then you begin to hear humming all around you. You look around to try and figure out where it's originating from, but can't find where, and then you turn around fully and see, around 5 feet away from you, is a single, small halfling woman with long, blonde, extremely damp hair, a beautifully made blue and white dress that is soaked in pink water, sitting on the floor, humming to herself a little tune, the same tune that you heard in this performance, the music. As you notice her, she turns to notice you and gasps this. She puts her soaked hand on her mouth slightly, lowers it with a slight smile, and then says, "Well, hello, dear." As you begin to hear the ringing again, the static returns. You watch as she flickers in and out of sight, in and out of existence, like she both exists and doesn't exist at the same time. And then you feel a hand grab your shoulder. You turn to see a man that you had seen prior with blown back hair, an apron, smiling next to your face as he says, "Interesting." And you shoot out of where you're sleeping and look around, and you are just in darkness within Grink's bedroom. as you guys gather yourselves and take a long rest, some of you have experiences, but all of you wake up okay in the morning.
That's always good.
Yeah, it's you know what? Every day that we wake up is a day that we might have a chance of waking up the next day after.
We won each day that we woke up. Yay.
Exactly. So, what do you guys have to do?
Does anybody come for us, or are we just on our own? Like, what's the dealio?
You sort of just wake up in your individual places of rest. Specifically for Amanj, Hayana, Lionette, and Ian, Bodunk and Philia are nowhere to be seen when you awaken within their huts. But
I
in
will
the
go
case,
try to
in
find
the
my
case
friends.
of in the case of Philia, she has actually left out a little platter of food on the table.
God, she's so nice. Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
gonna
I'll
get
definitely
up,
have some food.
start getting dressed, and shove some food in my mouth.
Big same.
Okay, and then
I'm gonna try to find wherever I think Crank's house is probably the last. I don't remember where I peeled off because
Yeah, you peeled off at Grank's.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know where everyone is right now because you saw Hayana, Lionette, and Ian go into Philia's home because you were the last to go into yours. So,
right.
so you go and find Grank's place. Desmond and Lydia, you wake up. Anything you guys want to do? It's very quiet.
I just get ready, do my morning pep talk self routine, but I whisper it since Desmond's right there.
Did
And
you
then
say something?
No.
Oh.
Good morning.
Oh, then
How did you sleep?
great. You got a mirror. I need my hair.
I
Like-
don't.
It's like a shiny piece
Sorry.
of glass, and you can see yourself in it.
Oh, I know of them, but I don't have one. I know I
Ah.
look perfect all the time, so there's
Oh,
that. And I go downstairs.
Okay, you head downstairs and you see that Grenk is currently like still sitting in the same chair that he was last night, but he is currently like over the table, just lying down and sleeping on the table.
I guess I tell Desmond he's asleep. What do we just leave? What do we do?
I think so. Don't particularly want to talk to him again. He's a bit of a dick. Did you get that? Or was it just me?
I had a lot of fun.
Oh, well.
Is
Each to
there
their own.
food around that I could just like grab on my way out?
You look around. There are like cabinets and stuff at the back that you could go to.
Oh no, I'm not gonna go through his stuff. All right.
At what
Guess
point
we
do
should
I
just-
get there and knock on the door and then wake everyone up?
Around now. So Lydia, you sort of look around for food, and then you hear boom, boom, boom on the front door.
I race to the door, and I say, "Not so loud!" When I see it's a Manj.
Oh,
Quiet.
sorry. Was that loud?
It's just loud.
Because I could knock louder.
No,
So
no,
I feel like
quiet's,
it was a medium.
quiet's good. Come inside. It's bright out there.
Okay.
Oh,
Are you
except this-
hungover?
There was a lot of wine. There was a lot of wine.
Oh, I just got a wolf.
Oh,
Oh,
what?
like a pet?
No, I feel like that would be incompatible with Cookie.
Oh yeah.
No, there was just a wolf in the house.
Oh,
So
that's cool. Should
medium.
we go find the others?
Yeah.
Just gonna leave. All Granky poo.
Yeah, you sort of look over, and He's still there, just in the same position, just drooling on the table. Passed the fuck out.
Yeah, let's go.
You guys get your stuff, begin to leave, make your way to Philia's place, where I assume at this point everyone has eaten up and is coming out.
Yeah.
So you see your
Before Ian
friends.
leaves,
Okay.
can she leave a flower using craft?
Okay, you're super quiet still, by the way.
I don't know why I'm quiet, but am I a little bit louder now?
A little bit, yeah. It's hearable now. So you leave a flower, yeah? M?
Hmm?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you doing?
She's gonna leave a flower on Philia's bed.
Okay,
Yo.
leave a small
with a
flower on
little note
Philia's bed.
saying thank you.
You guys make your way out and see the rest of your companions walking towards you.
Good morning.
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 Hello.
Glad to see you all made it through the night. I was sort of freaked out when they made us separate.
Yeah. I don't love that, but I guess it turned out okay, right, everyone?
I mean, at least you guys were with other people.
Wait,
Oh,
you ended up
yeah.
on your own?
I was by myself. I'm fine, but I could have died.
I tried really hard. I didn't want that.
Oh no, I'm not. I know.
I know. Okay.
Alright, well, we're all fine. We've got some kind of task ahead of us today. Let's go.
Did anyone get any information on it, or are we still going in blind?
Pretty much going in blind. Philia was pretty... I don't know, she wasn't cagey, she just didn't seem to really know anything. Apparently this is, like, irregular. And Hannah, like, holds up her wrist.
It didn't seem normal at the time, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think many people would qualify.
I guess I just figured, like, look, apparently, lots of people go up to get that sword that we brought down.
But not a
they're
lot of
gonna-
people fight.
Yeah, but, like, they're gonna take that sword back up.
What?
Yeah, they're gonna, like, put it back for, like, the next people. It's like a whole
Yeah, it was
thing.
like a test. And then they reset the test.
Like a sword thing?
M. There you go.
Whoa. It's a different plane of existence.
By the way, Desmond, that's what you heard, by the way.
Oh, yikes.
It was Ian all along.
Carry on.
But yeah, I mean, I guess he did say it was a test, but, like, I don't know, it seemed weird that would be a test. Some people do what we did. I guess Borba
But
probably
we don't have to go
did.
back and put it back, right?
No. Somebody else is going back. I absolutely would not. If I
thank God.
You know what? I say that, but who knows what this next task is?
It doesn't surprise me, the first one, because if you think about it, if they want a lot of... if an important part of their culture is to prove yourself, you need to have a system for proving. That's why we have the proving in Lux. But, sort of, anyway. But conviction is what this next thing is supposed to test, and that's a little bit wishy-washy. Like, what is...
Yeah.
that's supposed to mean, you know? Am I...
Yeah, is that even a word?
wishy-washy or conviction?
It's a word I don't like.
Both.
Yeah, I feel like my conviction depends a lot on what it is. I have a lot of conviction that I like potatoes. I have a lot of conviction that Cookie is a good mouse. Everything else seems a little...
Well, let's hope it's a test on Cookie.
That would be
Did
great.
you know that Desmond was a potato farmer?
Yeah, he told us all about it when we.
Amanj turns his head with just like a look of unholy delight. Really?
That's
Yeah.
me.
And you left? That sounds so
Yes.
idyllic.
There's actually a lot of manure involved. It's not very.
Still, to be able to make something with your, make something grow with your hands, that's very cool.
Yeah, I suppose I'm very good at making stuff grow with my hands.
So, you guys, at this point, make your way to the entrance to the pathway towards the throne room. You see the two large orcish guards in plate mail armor staring at you as you approach, and then move out of the way.
Hannah isn't wearing her bracer on the wrist that has the mark on it. She's got that like on display.
Okay. Noted. You begin to step down the stairs. You see the torch-lit cavern hallway that takes you essentially into the bottom of the Oon where the throne room resides. And eventually come into the room with 6 pillars holding up the roof. These 3 steps going up to a large stone throne that sits upon, that Borba the Horn sits upon. You see his slight green skin, his pointed ears, the fact of that he is around 8 foot tall, his gigantic sword in front of him that he leans on, and he just stares at you as you enter. You see the guards either sides, and you also see Shamakeen up next to Borba this time at the throne. The smile on his
100.
face.
Anna 100% is like meeting Borba's gaze as always.
Okay. You know what? I'm a roll a thing for Borba real quick.
Oh.
You getting sick of my sass?
I'm gonna
Your
roll
direct
to...
gaze has intimidated him. He gives you his kingdom.
Okay, good to know. You sort of watch as Borba keeps eye contact with you, Hayana, and then as you get closer and closer, and you are just walking with the mark outwardly, right? Showing it, basically.
Yeah.
He looks down, sees your arm. Make an insight check.
I would love to. It's a crit! It's a 23!
You look back at him, and there's this growl under his breath as he grits his teeth as he looks back to you. And then there's this slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he goes back to his strong, assertive demeanor.
Hannah
Watches you enter.
returns that smile and then like goes back to being very like stone-faced.
So, his voice booms through the cavern. I trust that you had a good night's rest with my circle.
We did.
Very
thank you.
hospitable, sir. Thank you.
Good. I assume that you are wishing to know your final task.
Yeah,
Would be nice.
I think we're ready.
You have been tested in strength. You have been tested in constitution. Now, let us test your conviction. Your next task will take you back to where you came. Sutton. I wish for you, the group of 6, to find, slay, and bring me the head of Olaruk the Unforgivable. And he stares at you.
And what is Alalruk's crime?
That is for you to find out. Your mayor, I'm sure, given half the chance, will help you immeasurably. This task is not one I give to you all lightly. And as such, I want it done immediately.
Like
Within
right now?
the day,
Okay.
you must make a decision. And as such, you will be heading back to your town of Sutton with a friend, with a watcher, Shamakeen. And you watch as Shamakeen stop smiling for a second.
Yes, my lord.
You will use your powers of teleportation to take them back to the town immediately. And you will watch what they do, and then report back to me at the end of today. That is when I will make my decision.
Cool. Cool.
Either you make a decision, or I will ride into town myself. Are we clear?
Crystal.
Good. I look forward to seeing what you decide. And he just leans back in his throne and then gestures for you to leave.
Cool.
Yeah, I
You
guess,
watch
yeah.
as Shamakeen begins whispering to Borba. And then you hear Borba just, "Go!" And you watch Shamakeen.
Very well, my lord.
And just starts walking down the steps, staring at you all angrily.
Hannah stares back at him.
Come on.
Alright. Let's go, guys.
Okay. You follow Shamakeen out, back into the tribe itself, back into the camp. You watch as he looks around for a second, and then, without saying anything, just starts to walk what would be to the west.
I follow.
I follow.
Yeah.
Okay. You begin to follow, and eventually you find yourself at a large oak tree Shamakin just stares at it.
This is what we will use to take you back.
A tree.
Yes.
Come on, you'd rather stay here, right? Do you just want to stay here and we'll meet up with you when we get back? You can come get us
He
later.
glares at you, almost just staring into your soul.
Okay.
Borba has asked me to take care of you, to watch. That is what I will do. Come.
Yes, sir.
And you watch as he places his hands directly on the trunk of the tree. And out from his hand, you watch as fungus just begins to slow and grow out of his skin. And then off of the tree bark itself. And then you hear this slight... And then a... As the bark of the tree trunk itself just cracks and opens. And there's this glow that at the other sides, almost looking into the tree, you see a familiar town center. And he just says, "Go!" and points.
Ooh.
Okay,
Yeah,
where can
like,
we go
what's that?
talk?
Get in the tree.
Oh.
Get in the tree.
That's
You're
a
on the
normal
tree.
sentence. Get in the tree.
Pretty sure you can only hold the gate for so long, you guys.
It's 6 seconds, yeah.
Okay, go.
So you
Diana's like in and like through, like looking back at everybody like, guys.
Yeah.
and then and you're all through, and you watch as Shamakin jumps through and then turns, and you watch as there's a tree in the center of Sutton that you watch. The tree trunk is still open, and at the other side you see the Oon's camp, and you watch as it closes behind.
Was the tree there before in Sutton, or is this a new
Yeah.
tree?
There's a few
Okay.
trees around Sutton, and you look around, and just like that, you're back in Sutton.
Okay, well, I think we'll have to just take a minute and discuss our plan for, doing that thing. So, if you just excuse us.
No.
He's
I-
there to watch us. We
Yeah, you
should
can-
just talk in front of him.
He just
I-
smiles.
I turn my back on Sharmakeen and I put
Ooh.
I get a copper wire out and just hold it in my hand and then message Hannah going, I can be the middleman. Secret. Shh.
I can hear you.
It's very secretive.
You're
I
not
cast-
very stealthy.
I cast message.
Yeah, but you still have to talk into the wire.
What a crappy spell.
Cantrips.
So, Shamakin, I mean, he said you have to watch us, which is super great, and we will stand exactly right here. And can you just walk away like 10 feet and pretend that you are not hovering over our shoulders?
He just starts chewing something in his mouth.
Okay,
Okay.
well,
We're on a time limit, but we should go and talk somewhere to talk about this.
I'm not
we
slaying
should go
anybody
to the-
without knowing why.
Yeah.
I'm going to go talk to the mayor. If you guys want to go talk to him, that's up to you. I'm going.
of course, none of us are just going to kill someone without asking.
Yeah, and I don't think we should bring the mayor into this without talking first. On what I mean,
Shut up.
Okay. I mean, first, can we go like to the Ravens Church or the bar and just talk with ourselves
Yeah.
first about this?
Yeah.
We're like near the town center, right? So we're like right by the
Yes, in
church.
fact, we can go back to Sutton, you guys.
Mm.
Ooh, look at this. Haven't used this map in a while.
It's been a minute.
Been a hot minute. So yeah, I mean, if Hyena's given a choice, like she's going to the temple. Like,
Should we perhaps go on the temple, like, grounds, so to speak, and not actually go in it?
Well-
I don't see. Well, I guess sure. Whatever makes you guys
I mean,
comfortable.
They might have an opinion, maybe.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know them, but I don't know if they'll be happy with us bringing Mr. Keen
her
into the
temples
temple.
welcome all comers.
Even him?
I know he's gross, but like he's a dude. He's a guy. He's just a guy.
Just
He's
looks
so
down
Why
at
else
you.
would he freak out?
So, I just feel like we don't. One of the things that's making me stress out right now, other than the time limit and that guy, I think we don't. There's this conflicting information, right? Half people where I come from are like, Borba's super evil, and then we go and we meet him, and he doesn't seem that super evil. But we met Oloruk. He seems pretty nice to me. And now he's saying, oh, there's something unforgivable. And I'm worried that we have just stepped in the middle of a personal issue, a personal issue. And I'm not interested in solving that for someone who can clearly solve it for himself. Which makes me think that either Oloruk is secretly super evil, and I don't love that idea, or the test of our convictions is whether or not we are going to kill someone just because someone scary told us to.
Yeah, and I mean,
Uh,
I want to be clear. I know I've been very like, let's go to something, but I'm not interested in killing Oloruk.
Yeah.
Should we go speak to him?
The last time I tried to bring it up, he was not forthcoming, but maybe we can use this deadline as leverage.
Yeah. I don't want to get in front of the mayor if I can avoid it. I would love for him to not even know that I'm back. If we could keep
I mean,
my presence as quiet as possible. I know it's kind of impossible. We've got spies everywhere, but
Could we like put a disguise on you or something?
I'm one of like the only two halflings in town. It's fine.
We
Tall
can split.
shoes?
but what are we even gonna tell the mayor? Because if we tell him this deal, I mean, he's gonna want to shove Alaruk.
Oh no, 100%. He's gonna throw Ulrich under the bus. See if you can.
So what are we
figure
telling
out-
him?
Well, he might know something more about what's so unforgivable.
Yeah, I guess we could try talking to him again.
We were told to go talk to him. We might as well talk to him even if he just blows winds up our skirts.
Oh, let's hope he doesn't do that.
It's a phrase!
Yeah, I know, but you know, dude's shaped like a penis.
Probably don't tell him that.
Probably not your like strongest lead-in.
Shaped
Jean
like a
said that, not me.
penis.
And you don't say that either when we're there.
Yeah. It's like
hey,
a parrot.
hey, Shamakeen. If we split up, who do you go with?
Don't split up.
But we're gonna, so I guess
yeah,
you'll
I
have
mean,
to
like
make
we're
a decision.
gonna. So
Would you like my advice?
Sure.
Actually, I would love to hear your advice. And actually, if you know anything about the situation, I would love to hear your thoughts.
Sometimes the only way to truly destroy something that is hurting the land is to tear it from the roots. And in my situations and experience, every situation has many solutions. This situation, you are disposing of corruption. What does that mean to you?
That
I
was
raise my eyes to the
actually-
group like we all know what the corruption in this city is.
Olaruk is truly an unforgivable man. But
Why?
as is
Tell us what
most
he
of
did.
this town, it is not my place.
Fair
That is
enough.
not
Mm,
your test.
Fair enough. Okay. How about this? We're splitting up. I'm sorry. I know it's like against the rules or whatever, but what are you gonna do? If we take you to see Olaruk, he's not gonna want to talk to us. So go with these folks to see the mayor.
I also wonder if perhaps one or two of us should speak to Elias. He seems typically well informed.
Oh
Who
yeah,
does?
I could go do that.
Why don't Lydia and I can go speak to Elias, Lionette and some not Lionette and M or and Ian or Desmond go to the mayor, and then Hyana and one of the other two go to the church, and we have 2 and 2 and 2.
Wait, so is anybody going to talk to Olaruk?
We'll
Not yet.
talk to him last.
Okay, got you. Elias might be at the church. Just putting it out there.
True. Could.
We could speak to Alaric and just not let him know that he's, to be decapitated.
Let's gather as much information as we can before we start playing with fire.
Yeah, because I already sort of asked him what happened between them, and he almost smashed my head in, so...
It was scary.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's an understandable impulse. I seem to have that reaction a lot, but not interested in encountering it without a good reason.
So break?
Break.
As you
Lydia, do you want to
guys-
look in the bar first or in the church first?
Well, we're here by the church. I guess we could look around here first.
Okay.
Okay. So, where's everyone going?
Ian and I are going to the mayor.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then the rest of you are going to the church?
Yes.
For now, yeah.
Okay. So, Lionette and Ian break off from you guys at the crossroads as you continue towards the mayor's house, and then the rest of you go up towards the church. At this point, you sort of turn around and realize it's been quiet for a bit. Shamakeen isn't there.
That's fine.
Ooh.
Can I roll a perception check to see if he's like not here, if he's just like being invisible and rude?
Sure.
Maybe we got in trouble because we broke the rules.
Well, if he is here, I sure don't hear him, because that's a 7.
He is just gone. Yeah.
Can I roll as well, actually?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if my passive perception would help, but
17 does not.
Okay.
Well,
And you rolled your
creepy guy anyway.
You sort of look around. He's gone.
Cool.
But nonetheless,
It's fine.
you guys split off and begin going your separate directions. We'll start with the big group first. So Desmond, Lydia, Amanj, and Hyana. You begin to make your way up towards the temple. You see the large stone temple with the big, large iron double doors at the front that are open. The graveyard all around the sides. You walk in and look around. There are, at this point in the morning, around 7 or so people within. 2 raven mites, and the rest seem to just be people praying.
And are any of them Elias? Yeah.
Nope.
Hannah approaches one of the raven mites.
You watch as they look down. Hello. What can I do for you?
Morning.
Good morning.
Is Elias here right now, or is he out?
Elias. I think he might be at the town hall.
Do you know why?
He's a very secretive man. We don't tend to ask questions.
Fair, I will go ask him myself. Lydia?
Thank you for the directions. Let's go. I follow a mange.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry to continue bothering you. You're probably doing your morning prayer, but we're sort of on a time crunch. You don't know anything about Ulruk, do you?
Ulruk? The blacksmith from the Trusty Mantle, yes. Nice fella. What about him?
We're just kind of looking into the whole situation with the Un.
Oh, we didn't entirely get involved in that situation. If you're looking for more information on that, you would want to talk to the mayor.
Fair enough.
Great.
All right.
No worries. Anything else I can do for you?
Sorry, is the warden here?
The warden is here, yes. Would you like audience with him?
If you could just let him know that we're back in town and I might need to talk to him later today, that would be amazing.
That will be done, yes. Very well.
Thank you.
And your name was?
Hyana.
Hyana. Very well. And he just starts to walk off.
Cool. I think I'll join, or I guess we'll join the two of them going to the.
Okay,
Well,
so
town hall is separate from the mayor's house, correct?
it is part of the mayor's house.
As part of the mayor's house, so I don't want to go there.
Des, you don't have any other bright ideas, do you?
Don't often have bright ideas. It's a pickle we're in. I don't know. We could check for bar, for pub.
We'll check. We'll check it out. And, we could ask, bartenders see a lot of stuff, innkeepers. Maybe they'll know something.
Yeah. Maybe.
Okay. So, Hyana and Desmond, you make your way down towards the Black Flagon Tavern. Essentially in the same direction, but a little bit off.
Are we doing that thing where we say goodbye and then we walk next?
Yeah, you're like less than a minute behind Amanj and Lydia, but you're like trying not to catch up, so then you're gonna have to like say goodbye again. It's gonna be weird.
I mean, we have very short legs, so I feel like they get ahead of us pretty fast.
Either way, Lionette and Ian, you are the first people to arrive at the town hall, the mayor's house. You see the large double doors with the lion head knockers at the front.
Should we knock?
Yes, go ahead.
Ian will walk up and knock on the door, like use the knocky thing.
Okay. You boom, boom, boom. knock on the door, and you watch as the door begins to open, and you see an unfamiliar looking, thuggish looking man with shaved head completely, fairly badly kept facial hair, a big like square chin. He just looks out and, can I help you?
Hello. We have an inquiry with the mayor.
Have you got an appointment?
No, but we need to speak with him urgently.
It's very important.
Hold on.
Life or death, you know.
Yeah, it's always fucking life or death, ain't it?
And you watch as the door closes behind him as he walks away. You wait there for like 2-3 minutes. You look over and see Lydia and Amanj walking around the corner.
I don't think they're coming back.
As you say
I open the door.
You go to open the door, and the door begins to open, and it opens further this time, and the same man just,
come on in.
Thank you.
And begins to walk back. As Lydia and
Just
Amanj
follow them
also
in.
sort of follow them in.
They're with
More
us.
people were.
The door is closed behind you, and you begin to walk up towards up the corridor and just towards the 2 sets of stairs that connect at the middle, like in an O shape. And you see just at the top of the balcony is the same short, pudgy man with black hair in fairly regal-ish noble clothing, but definitely has some stains on it. You watch as he just looks down and just, I was summoned. Well, if it ain't
Nice to see you too.
Oh, look at this, boys. They've come home. I hope you've returned with good news.
And you watch as he starts to walk down the stairs.
It depends on what you define as good news.
Well, I define good news as news that is defined as good. If you come with any other kind of news, then I'm gonna have a problem, aren't I?
We've made way.
You've made way.
We have.
I noticed there's 2 less of you. They dead?
No. They're somewhere else right now.
Oh, where? Well, why aren't they here?
They're getting information, as we are from you.
The process isn't finished yet. We have an opportunity, but it is short-lived, to completely free Sutton from its financial obligation to the Unbringers. But we have one final task to accomplish before we can do this. And we request your assistance in completing that task.
Well, of course, I am here to assist. Pray tell, what is your final command from the Horn?
Before I get to that, I need to know what Alaruk's crime is. Why does Borba have this rivalry with him?
Olarok's crime? I mean, he's a bit of a dick sometimes to the local populace. If that's a crime, then he should be thrown in jail, I tell you.
He's never done anything.
What do you define by anything?
Anything worthy of a death sentence?
Listen, this town, after I bought it, is a place for people that, in the lightest of terms, aren't the most good with laws would like to come. Because some of the laws, of course, in the kingdom are kind of bollocks. and don't make fucking sense. So here you can come, just be yourself. Start a fucking business if you must. That's what Ulrich did. He's a lovely fella.
And do you know what was the bollocks law that he ran afoul of in the first place?
I know everything about everyone that comes into my town.
Please demonstrate by telling us.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, good. I'm really good at those because I've got such a high charisma. Why does Amand always lose his temper?
14.
Bad.
The 14.
Okay. Sort of.
I'm gauging something here. So, what has Oloruk got to do with your final task? It's clear that he's some
That's-
sort of involved.
That's actually none of your business at the moment.
Actually,
I
it's
need to
completely
know what
my
Oliver
fucking
did,
business.
and I need you to tell me because
You
I don't
watch.
have time for this.
You
Whoa,
watch as everyone in the room takes their hand to their blades.
Heat attentions. Let's just everyone calm down.
You watch as
Take a nice deep breath.
Berto puts his finger up and just.
I like this one. Fine. What can I say about Oloruk? He's a great fella, but his background's a little bit sad, if you would. During
background is-
the
I'm sorry.
Yagodalian Civil War, Oloruk was a high-standing member of the Kingsguard army, a lieutenant. He was known for his out-of-the-box thinking and incredible fighting talent, as well as his crafting talent. His strength and conviction was like none other. His downfall, however, came in the Great Battle of Lodine, where Lieutenant Oloruk Axe Smasher did something out of character. A group of Luxian soldiers were trying to escape the combat, and Oloruk gave chase. The soldiers ended up barring themselves into a building that had already been ravaged by the battle somewhat. Not knowing what it was, Oloruk tried everything he could to get within, but couldn't. And so, seeing that it was made completely and purely of wood, decided to burn it down with the soldiers inside. It was a tactic. He made a decision. It was war. Halfway through the burning, however, and screaming that he heard from within, a local, from what I hear, came up and started pleading with him to stop. When he asked the local, of course, if they were in league with the Luxians, and if not, why they wanted him to stop. The local told him simply that the building.
I think we're back. I sincerely apologize for that. My internet hasn't gone off for like a month. The fact that it's done it today is very annoying and suspect, but I'll look into it later.
We were free of the curse, but we were not.
So where did you guys get to in the speech, by the way?
It was-
we
He
got
was
right
just
when you
told he burned down an orphanage.
It's an
Okay.
orphanage, and Oloruk lost, and that was the
Yeah.
last word.
So
Yeah.
he that's basically the end. He finishes up with saying, Oloruk, he lost his mind. He turned to drink, solitary, left the army, and came here after the war was done. He is he's a haunted man, to be sure. So
It's very helpful. Thank you.
that
Yes,
is the background of Olaruk.
Do you know where Elias is?
Yeah. And he turns around and he just, Elias! And then Elias comes around the corner. Uh, the human with well-kept white skin, buzz-cut black hair, well-kept facial hair, fairly blackened and well-kept leather armor with raven feathers on the arms. Elias begins to come around the corner underneath the stairs and just, yeah, all right, how's it going? You're you're all alive, I see.
Mostly.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
I'm just kind of now realizing that it was just our plan to come ask you about stuff, but the mayor kind of already just told us. Kind of.
I wouldn't mind talking to you if you have a moment.
And then Bertold just, well, unfortunately, me and young Elias here have some business to attend to, so it's unfortunate. And he looks back, and then Elias just, yeah, sorry about that. I heard everything, by the way. Yeah. He just sort of stares at you, Lydia, and
Yeah.
then looks away. But so, now that I've given you information, why do you need this information?
No, we're done here. She's gonna turn around and start to leave.
I would like to
Borba
know.
was-
Thank you.
Borba
I'm sure you would. Our job's not done yet, but we will report back when it is.
Stop her. And you watch as the entrance, two blackened hooded individuals just appear out of the darkness. This is my turn. If you go against my fucking orders, after specifically going under my nose, doing things that you should not have been doing, and now you work for me, you are mine, and if I ask you a goddamn question, you will answer it. Now, what is your final task?
We're sorry. And I look at Lionette and I say, just please, like with pleading eyes, like, I know you hate this, but please shut up. And I look to the mayor and I say, the Horn has a sordid history with Alruk, and he wanted us to find out Alruk's background and to test our intelligence, figure out if he's an evil man or not. And we're gonna come back and tell him our findings.
Make a deception check.
$11. Why are you so bad at lying? I'm usually really good at it. I have a +9. That was
Jesus.
That was awful.
Oh, God.
Awful.
I also probably like Amanja's just like gripping your arm, Lydia.
Yeah, I'm
So-
sad. I just want to calm everyone down.
You watch as Berto just... Alright. All right, all right, all right. Oh,
Yeah. All right, we'll go.
if
Thank
you
you for
lie
the
to
information.
me one more fucking time, and he starts to walk forward.
Oh. I back up.
It's not
I've
really
given
a
you
lie.
nothing but hospitality. I have given you a job. At which point, at the end, I might have even rewarded you. But no, you had to just go and make things really bad for yourselves, didn't you? First, your friend Hayana tries to fuck with our plans. I assume she's the one that burned a door downstairs.
I don't
Shrug.
know anything about that.
Do you not? Because from what I hear, she was in the room the entire time. His eyes open wide, just nostrils flared. Listening.
I mean, we can't speak for her.
Oh,
She's
can you not? Where is she?
I don't know where she is at this moment.
That's another lie. People working for me always fucking lying to me. First the fucking married couple, now you two. Oh. I don't think I've ever been this angry. I really don't. Elias!
Do you want results or not?
Elias, my friend. Come here. And you watch as he just... yeah? And nods his head a little bit and walks forward, giving you guys a little bit of a knowing look. Elias walks up, and then Bertold just... Come down here. Elias bows a little bit. Yes, sir? And then you watch as Bertold grabs the back of his head, puts him into a headlock, and takes a dagger out of his side and puts it directly to his face. Now, here's the thing.
Whoa!
You've made friends in this town, haven't you, boy? Outsiders. People that know too much. And you've made friends with him, haven't you? And he looks to all of you. I'm going to give you one last chance. And you sort of see Elias just struggling there, just... fuck. Shit. Just looks at you, Lydia.
Yeah, we'll do whatever you want. We'll do whatever you want. It's fine. Everything's gonna be fine.
You can see this almost crazed look in Bertold's eyes right now. There are people around four or five of his guards within the room that he's in, and then the two hooded figures closing the entrance, and they all have their hands on their weapons.
Yeah, we're gonna do whatever he wants. It's fine. So everyone just calm down, and then we'll do what you ask us to do next.
Can I make an insight roll or something to see if I actually think Bertold will not cut Elias if we play by his rules?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Insight is a 23.
23, Jesus.
Nice.
Okay. There is something
all.
wrong here. Just looking at Bertolt from the demeanor that he gave you last time you saw him, and now just this anger, this crazed anger in his eyes. He's like a different person, and you can definitely feel that this is a hostage situation. He is now using Elias, knowing that you guys have been spending time with him and enjoy his company and like him somewhat. He is using Elias to get the information that he wants from you. You can definitely feel that. But again, the madness that is in his eyes right now is unrelenting and just different.
And okay, in that case, I'm just gonna throw a ball of fire at him. No! Not an actual fireball, it's a produce flame.
Okay. Go ahead and roll attack.
I'm sorry, as a player. There's a 10 to hit. Fuck.
Okay.
That's super bad.
You
It's
watch.
okay, you're just playing your character.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He is
Me and
holding
Lara are
Elias
just
right
sat-
now. Yeah, you guys are just like in the bar now, like, hey, what, is there anything that we can talk about? As Amanj, you throw a ball of flame towards Bertoltz as he has Elias in this lock hold under his arm right now with a dagger to his face. You watch as Bertolt looks up, moves his hair out of the way, and the ball of flame just goes past and singes a portion of the staircase next to him.
And immediately after that, gonna run at him and try to, like, shoulder check him.
Okay, as the ball flies past, hits, you begin to run. All you hear is him just go, kill them! I need everyone to go ahead as I bring you over to a map.
Oh, fuck.
Really sorry, friends.
Oh my god.
Go ahead
We're
and
all
roll
gonna
initiative
die,
if you
and
could.
Desmond and Nana are never gonna
Well, he
know.
was clearly planning for this, so.
This was an option.
This is bad option.
So these two are here. Okay, Elias is here.
I'm so stressed out.
Good.
Too.
Time to purge corruption. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, I'm going
I mean,
last.
yeah, I do want to be clear that I'm fully here for this mayor being dead. I wish I was here to help.
No, as a personal, if I was role playing me, I would have been like, great, let's make friends and stab him quietly later. But instead, I got a 21 initiative. So
Defending Elias's honor.
Okay, so
Yeah.
in descending order.
Yeah.
Okay, so up first, these blackened robed individuals will look to be like porcelain masks begin to move towards you guys. They rolled really well on their initiative. Okay, so they're both going to run in. Lydia, you're not actually on a square, so go ahead and place yourself. There you go. Okay, guess this one's going to come to you then. Okay. Let me just... Okay. So, they run at you with daggers unsheathed and begin to go in for strikes. There's going to be an attack against Lydia and an attack against Lionette. So Lydia up first. That is a 20 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, you take 5 points of piercing damage. I need you to go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay. 11.
11. Unfortunately, as you watch, as this dagger comes towards you, this green ichor is at the end, and it impacts you, and you immediately feel this pump of poison within your body. You take 8 points of poison damage on top of that.
Okay.
And the one against Lioness is a 23 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, that is 7 points in piercing damage. And another con save, please.
That's a 13.
13. You do make it, so you take half. You take 3 points of poison damage as the poison begins to course through your veins, but you shrug
top of
most
the
of it
7?
off. On top of the 7, yeah, so that will be 10 altogether. Okay. That is the assassin's turns. Lydia, you're up. What would you like to do, Lydia?
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't pressing the right button. Is Elias still being held by the mayor?
Yes, he is still grappled by the mayor.
Could I go and tell me if I could do this. Could I use my action to cast Shatter on the mayor and use my movement to run toward Elias? And then could I use like my bonus action?
Okay, so
Body check him.
currently Shatter, it does a 10 to I think it's a 20-foot orb, right?
The range, you're right.
Yeah, they're currently technically in
okay.
the same space, so it would hit Elias. But you can.
Then I'm not gonna. Then instead of that, I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers.
Dissonant Whispers. Okay. Go ahead. On Bertolt.
Bertol, and at the same time use my movement to come up and try to grab Elias.
Okay, so you're not going to disengage from the assassin.
Correct.
Okay, so he's going to take an attack on you. Go ahead and move yourself. Okay. So the dagger attack against you is going to be a 16 to hit.
Shit, that hits.
Remember, you have cutting words.
Oh! Yes! Can I use it? Sorry.
Yes, you can.
I tell him, you think that hurt? I was lame. Sorry.
Go ahead and roll a d6.
1.
So
Natural
15.
1.
So does a 15 hit you?
Just barely, yes.
Okay, you take 4 points of piercing damage.
Okay, I can live with that.
And a con save, please.
Three. We're just going great. We're going great tonight.
And on top of that, you take an extra 9 points of poison damage.
Okay.
As he just slashes your back as you say that, and yes, this one definitely hurts. As you just feel, and you puke up a little bit of blood.
Are you still
Alright.
alive? Oh my god.
Just barely.
And then you cast Dissonant Whispers. Go ahead and cast that. Whew. Okay. You're casting it at level 2. You should say that you're casting it at level 2 beforehand, but that's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. Just for the future. So Wisdom save. That is a natural 20.
Oh, god damn it.
So he does take 11 points of psychic damage, which is a good amount of damage. As the whispers begin to enter his mind, and you watch as he just begins to laugh through it almost, and doesn't take the full damage. But is that your turn, Lydia?
Was I able to use like my bonus action to try to shove Elias away from the mayor?
That is an action.
That's a full action. Okay. Nope. We're good. That's it.
Okay. Amanj, you're up.
Okay. I think I am going to, if I do burning hands, can I tilt the cone so it only hits the mayor, or is everyone too close?
Elias is within his grasp right now, so you would hit Elias. But
Okay.
you could do that by just hitting Elias, yeah?
No, I don't want to do that. I think I'll just punch him a lot.
Oh.
So, first 2 punches, we've got a 16 and a 21.
They both hit, so 13 points of damage.
Cool.
As you
And then we're gonna
boom, boom, hit him in the sides.
And we are going to spend a key point to do that again.
So attack once more.
22 to hit for 7
Hits,
damage.
Yeah. Monks, dude. So you just
And
boom, 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 and hit him 3 times in the face, and you watch as he just grits his teeth through it.
and as I'm just gonna yell to Elias, here's your chance to free yourself. Work for someone else.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
With advantage, because you hit all 3 strikes.
I did. I was very cool. Natural 20.
Natural 20. Okay, good to know. So you watch as his eyes are like open wide, the dagger still sort of like next to his eye from Bertolt's. He's just like trying to dodge it as you punch him, and Bertolt like twitches a little bit and then he stabs him in the face. He just looks at you, eyes open wide, and nods. And it is now Elias's turn. As he is in fact on initiative, and you watch as he just, you know what? Fuck this! And takes something from the back of him, and you see one of his short swords gets. He takes one of his short swords out and just stabs it into Bertolt's side.
Yeah!
Yes.
Yeah.
Employees, unionize!
That is a 20 to hit.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That's going to hit him. And you watch as the short sword draws back, this blackened energy just begins to permeate the blade, and he just, fuck you! And just stabs him, and you feel this, this burst of energy as he divine smites.
Fuck yeah. Ooh.
And...
There's 16 points of radiant damage to Bertolt's.
Oh. Damn.
You watch as the blade enters Bertolt's side, and Bertolt just, you little bastard, and lets him go. And then you watch as Elias just spins his blade in his hands, looks at Lydia and Amand, and just, should have done this fucking ages ago.
No time like the present.
Oh yeah.
And then as that's going to be one of his spell slots for the Divine Smites, he is then going to, as a bonus action, you watch as the blackened energy that is around the blade suddenly turns pure gold, and he casts something upon his blade. But that is that. Ian.
Ooh. Okay. She is going to cast Court on Lydia because she doesn't want her to die.
Thank you.
So that's 2d6s that you're using. So that's 10
Yep.
points of that is 10 points of healing, and I believe 2, because you use 2 dice, 2 temporary hit points.
And then I was going to use Entangled.
You can? Yeah?
I can. Is it every creature or is it just enemies?
It's every creature. So you could necessarily aim it like back here. It's a 10-foot radius, right?
It's 20 feet.
20 feet? Yeah, you could like do it at the back of the room and just get Berto and this dude.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
I think it waves out from me. No, it's 90 feet right now. Yeah. Tangle.
Okay, so a 20-foot radius. We'll draw that now. If someone could go ahead and draw that for me. As Bertolt needs to make a saving throw. What's your DC?
My DC is 14.
14, okay.
What?
That's a 17 on his strength save. Very strong is Bertolt. But it is still what's it called? Difficult terrain around that area. And then one of the thugs is a 6. So this fella right here is entangled. We'll put that there. He's currently entangled and cannot move. Okay. Good to know. Is it your turn, Ian? Any movement?
She's not gonna move because there's a guy behind me. Yeah,
There is indeed.
that's it.
Okay. Up next is Bertolt. You watch as he lets go of Elias, just stands there for a second, his cane in hand, and then just... oh, I fucking love these spots. And then rips the cane, and you watch as a rapier just appears out of the cane's edge. It's a cane rapier. And he is going to slash at... He's going to come here. Elias is going to take an attack of opportunity.
Would I as well?
Yes, you
If I'm
do.
kitty corner?
Yes, you do.
Well, 7 to hit, so never mind.
Both of you rolled natural ones.
Cool.
That is wild. You watch as Bertolt comes around, you both go to like slash and punch him, but the vines just appear at that moment and it takes you off a bit, and you don't know whether that's yours or theirs. And you look to Ian, and you see that he is walking towards Ian with a smile on his face, seeing as you are the only person right now that is within the same radius as one of his allies. And Lionette, but you're an easy target.
Can he move out of the entangle? Does something happen?
It's just half movement in there.
Oh, it's difficult.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
never
different
mind.
terrain. So he is going to go ahead, and as his bonus action, he's going to second wind to heal 12 hit points.
Wow.
It's actually, it should have been, he should have made a strength saving throw, right?
He did that
Wait, he's swinging
when
at
the
Ian?
thing did. Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So you get an
Okay,
attack
so I'm gonna
after he
swing at
attacks.
him, yeah.
After he attacks, yeah.
Well, it's a 9 to hit, so I don't know.
That you miss him completely. Okay, so he walks over. He begins to just there's this like aura around him that just begins to heal him. And Lionette, you recognize this as a second wind. And he is going to slash his cane at Ian. There's a 15 to hit you, Ian.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So that is with sneak attack damage, that is 13 points of piercing damage. And as the blade comes up and slashes towards you, you see this flame just appear out of the blade and slice into you. And you also take 6 points of fire damage.
I'm resistant to fire.
So you take half of that, so 3. And then you watch as the flame itself engulfs around you and then just jumps off of your body and just hits Lydia in the side. Lydia, you take 6 points of fire damage. And he just stands there, just kill them all. That's going to be his turn. It is now Lionette's turn. Thugs rolled really bad.
I'm going to attempt to grapple him.
Okay, go ahead and make an athletics check versus his athletics.
That's a 19.
19. He legitimately rolled a 20. Exactly.
Okay.
So you go and grab him, and you watch as he just tenses for a second, and now that you're holding him, he feels stronger and more muscular than normal, and then he just pushes you off. That's your only attack, because you only have one attack at this level.
Yeah, so I'm going to action surge and smack him.
Okay. Go ahead.
My Ashasha. 16 to hit.
16 hits. You bring your sword across and slash him. He is... No, he doesn't have that yet. So he is going to take that 9 points of damage. Good to know. Is it your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay. It is now the thugs' turns. So I hate pencils. They keep moving everywhere on their own. It's very annoying. So the one in the entangle, does he make a save at the end of his turn, or is he just grappled now? Does he need to make an action?
I think he needs to make us.
It can use its action.
Yeah,
to
it
make
can
a
use
check.
Yeah, to try to get out.
Okay, so he's gonna. Is it an athletics check or is it just a strength check?
Strength.
Straight strength. Okay, he's going to try and break out. That's an 11. He is just there being entangled by the vines. You just hear this, no, 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 and he's just not having a great time right now. This guy is going to come up to Ian and make an attack. This guy's going to come to Mange and make an attack. This guy's coming down the stairs and is going to attack Lionets. And that is all of the thugs currently. So the one against Ian is going to make 2 mace attacks at you. He brings his heavy mace up and tries to swing at you twice. There's a 13 to hit.
Yes, it just barely hits.
Okay, you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage. And the second attack is a 14, so that also hits. You take an extra 4 on top of that. So 8
Okay.
And I can smack both of them, right?
No, you've already used your reaction. And he's also not close enough. It's a reaction to make the attack with Sentinel.
But it's been her turn again since, right?
It has, yeah, but he's not he's here. So he's not within 5 feet of you, unfortunately.
Oh, I thought it was the other one smacking her.
No. There is one attacking you now twice, and because he is within 5 feet of his ally, so did the other guy, but he hit anyway, it's fine. They get pack tactics, so they get advantage on their rolls. A 16, does that hit you, Lionette?
It does not.
It does not. It just ting off of your armor. And then there's a 22.
That hits.
So that is 4 points of bludgeoning damage. And then 2 against Amanj. A 19.
Sure.
That is 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then a 9. Doesn't hit.
No.
You just move your hand out of the way and just backhand it, and it doesn't hit. Okay. That is the thugs' turns. It is now the assassins' turns. They are going to come in and start making the rounds. Lionette is looking like a threat right now. So they're going to both attack you, Lionette, unfortunately. So that you watch as they both run up towards you and both try and go for a dagger strike. So the first one against you, Lionette, is a natural 20.
Cutting words.
On the damage?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and roll a d6. I rolled ass damage.
Oh,
You've already announced it. 4. Okay. So you take what would be 7 from a crit down to 3 points of piercing damage, Lionette.
You're welcome.
And a Constitution saving throw, please.
That's an 8.
Okay, you take 2 points of poison damage. And because there's an ally within 5 feet, he also gets sneak attack. Which is also doubles. This is a fucking bad hit. So, double that. Plus 28 points of sneak attack damage.
God,
The fuck?
I'm really bad at cutting words. Sorry.
So I'm down.
You are down, yeah. So you watch as Lionette just gets just stabbed directly in the side, really hard with one of these daggers, and she just and stops for a second, and then hits the ground.
Hey, Hyana, should we go to the town hall?
That's actually, yeah, would they have heard any of the noise?
Or wondered where we are yet?
Roll a d20, both Hyana and
Oh my.
Desmond's.
That's an 11 for me.
Okay.
16.
16. Okay, Desmond. You guys
Yeah.
don't really find too much information in the bar. Hamlin doesn't know anything. But as you guys begin walking out of the bar, you suddenly watch as just down the street through a window, you see flashes of purple light.
This way.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we'll see where that goes. Unfortunately, the other assassin was committed to attacking Lionette. So he's going to make this attack at advantage.
No.
At advantage, that is an 11 to hit. So he brings his dagger down and was expecting to slice at a standing target, but Lionette just fell so quickly that he changed trajectory and tried to stab down, and it just skimmed off the armor. But Lionette is still unconscious. That is their turn. Lydia.
I immediately drop to my knees and make Lionette conscious with healing word.
Yes.
Thank
I'm
you
gonna
for
do
that sexual healing.
Sexual healing. Ooh. Spicy. So 11 points of healing to you, Lionette. And you are conscious once more, but you are still prone.
And you know what? With my bardic inspiration, I don't have one prep, but I'm gonna say something witty and fun to her that gives her inspiration.
Okay. So Lionette now has inspiration. Good to know. Okay. Is it your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay. Amanj.
Yeah. So there's sort of 3 people in like a cone-like shape. Can I use Burning Hands on them? It's a 15-foot cone.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. I'm gonna do that then.
Okay.
It's
go ahead.
3d6. That's fucking terrible.
What's your DC?
It is a thing, and I know what it's. Wisdom proficiency with 8. I'm so sorry. It's 10 plus. It's 12.
12. Okay. So the 2 thugs. I rolled with advantage because I'm a fool. That is a 9. Nope. The other one, that is a 10. Nope. The assassin. That is a 15. Because he has evasion, he takes 0.
Okay, so then the other folks though take 8 points. And
Yes, they do.
can
So that
I hand Lydia or Lionette an item since they're right next to me, or is that a full action?
you can hand them an item, yeah.
I'm gonna hand them the greater healing potion that I have.
Okay.
Ooh, you're the best.
You have one of each, or you have 2?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I
Oh, okay.
Just the
will
one.
hand
Lionette
it
can have it.
to Lionette. Yeah.
Okay. So you know how you look up and take a. What are you rolling there, Ian? And what is this green stuff that's appearing? Anyway,
I don't know how to make it stop. I touched the map. Ah!
you're a fool. So Lionette, you now have a healing potion in your hand, a greater healing potion.
Fixing wild sheep stuff, sorry.
Okay. Is it your turn, Amanj?
That's it. That's me.
Okay. It is now Elias's turn. Elias is going to turn to the thug next to you, Amanj, and just and slash out towards him. You just hear this voice under his breath just go, "I never liked you too!" And then slashes.
Nice.
That is a 10 to hit. It just, the thug just drops under the swords, and Elias just, "Oh, you're an arsehole, you are." But he didn't hit, so that's fine. Is there anything else he can do? Yes, in fact, he unsheaths his other weapon, his other short sword, and slashes at the same guy again as his bonus action. There's a 19 to hit. That is going to hit.
Yay.
He takes 8 points of piercing damage.
I tell him I like a man with 2 swords. Get him.
He just sort of spins both of the blades in his hands, looks over to you, and just goes, "What?"
Cool, you got it. Keep going.
That is going to be Elias's turn. Actually, no, he's going to move around this dude and get to here. So not.
How is that thug looking?
The what?
The thug that both he and I hit. How is it looking?
He is bleeding profusely. He is hurt. Okay. Ian, you're up.
Okay. And to think. I did not think this through. Okay. I am going to use Wild Shape.
Okay.
I am going to turn into a wolf.
Okay. So you watch as Ian's form just begins to crack and break, and then she just turns into a wolf in front of you guys. You have the stats up, yeah?
Yes, I do. I'll post them right now.
Okay. So just keep a hand on that. So that is your action, because you are not a moon druid. So I believe that is your turn. M?
She said yes.
Okay. I can't hear her for some reason. She's cutting in and out. Okay, so that is M's turn. It is now Bertolt's turn. Bertolt's not liking that a fucking wolf just appeared is going to slash at her with his cane. There's a 15 to hit your wolf form.
It does hit.
Okay, you take 7 points of piercing damage plus 9 points of sneak attack damage, so 16 altogether in your wolf.
Okay.
He is then going to, as a bonus action, disengage and go.
Would Lionette have gotten Sentinel on that?
Click Sentinel for me.
Would, I think. Well, if he hit her before he moved away from me.
Even if they take the disengage action, so you can either attack when he hits her or attack when he's moving away. Your choice. To be fair, you are on the floor.
Well, it's a crit.
Yeah.
Fail, so.
So that's a natural one. You just see his shadow leaving your vicinity, and you try and stab out towards him, but it's just too late. And you still feel that poison going through your body, and it hurts. So he is going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and just fucking kill him, boys! And begins to run out of the room. That is his turn for now. Lionette, you are up. And you are up.
Alright,
So you stand up.
yes. Well, I'm going to second wind real quick.
Makes sense, yeah.
Okay,
So that is your bonus action.
And I am going to disengage and chase after him and try and block him.
Okay. So go ahead and move yourself. So go ahead and heal and then move yourself.
Yeah, I healed for 12 and then, yep.
Okay, so you just bound past him, shoulder barge him, and then are just in front of him now. And he just stops and just, "Oh, I'm fine with this, love." And just spins his rapier cane in his hand a little bit. It's very showing off.
And that's my turn.
Okay. It is now the thugs' turns. There's going to be one attack on Wolf Ian. Or 2 attacks, sorry. At advantage. Because they're near an ally. So there's a 20 to hit you, Ian.
Yeah.
That is 4 points of bludgeoning damage. And the second strike is an 18.
Yeah, it hits.
And that is 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Are you still a wolf?
Let me check.
Should be.
Yeah.
Damn, nice. Okay, there's going to be one attack. I'm gonna make an intelligence check for this thug that's in front of both Amanj and Lydia real quick. No, yeah. Oh no, that was no. He rolled a 6. He doesn't realize that healing's a thing, and you should take out a healer first. So he just turns to Amanj and just fucking throws hands. He's going to mace you twice. The first strike against
They're
Amanj.
gonna mace me. They've got pepper spray.
Yeah, unfortunately. So that's 22 to hit.
Yeah, that will.
That is 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And the second strike is another 22 to hit.
Okay.
That is 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then 2 strikes against Elias. A 12 does not hit him. And a 20 does. You watch as Elias gets clocked across the face with a mace. He gets mace in the face. Mace in the face. Mace in the face. That's a thing. Okay, so Elias takes some damage. And that... this guy is going to attempt once again to get out of the entangle. Because... wait, Ian. You've been taking down. I need to keep... Concentration's fucking weird. Go ahead and just roll me like 3 d20s real quick.
Okay.
And what's your con modifier? You're fine. So the entangle's still up. He needs to make a strength check. He rolls a 17. So yes, he finally breaks out of the entangle and is gonna at half movement go 5, 10, 15, and is moving in. That is gonna be the thugs' turns though. The assassins now. This one is going to turn this way, seeing you dash after Berto. Is going to close the gap. This guy is going to stab the wolf. So, against Ian, is a 14 to hit.
14 barely hits, yeah.
Okay, so you take 6 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And then make a con save in your wolf form, please.
If I keep... thing is, you keep your wisdom, intelligence, and constitution.
Okay, so go ahead and make a con save in your form then.
No, you keep your charisma, not your constitution.
That's charisma.
Okay.
So go ahead and make a
It's
con
down
save
here.
for the wolf.
Okay.
You rolling it? Ian?
Sorry, my internet cut out. What did you say?
Go ahead and make a constitution saving throw for your wolf, please.
Oh, okay. I already did.
It hasn't come up.
Oh, it hasn't. Oh no.
What did you roll? M?
There it goes. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we see it. So what did you roll?
Oh.
Just...
Oh, it's not showing up now.
No, it's not showing to us. What did
It's
you
not
roll?
on my.
Still. I trust you.
It's not showing up on my screen either anymore.
Okay,
What's
just
happening?
what is the constitution of a wolf?
12 plus 1.
Okay, so just roll a d20 plus 1, please. Just in chat. There you go. So you fail it. So you take 9 points of poison damage on top of that.
I'm no longer in wolf form.
Okay. So, and any damage that you take carries over, by the way. So, when you went to 0, if there was still damage to take, you take that damage in your normal form. So keep in contact with that. And then the one against Lionette is an 11 to hit. That is not going to hit you. Your armor too strong. Okay. Okay. At this point,
Oh god.
Hayana and Desmond,
Oh, thank God.
you sort of come up to the side of the mayor's house and see all the flashes, and you sort of watch as like, go ahead and make me perception checks real quick.
All right. 22.
That'll do. You look through the window and just watch that there is something happening. You can hear clanking and like screaming from within.
Sound like our friends?
Could do, yeah.
Yeah. What are these windows like? Are they like openable from the outside?
Not really, no.
How strong are windows? How thick are these windows?
You'd have to test them and find out. You haven't checked.
Which ones?
I walked back 10
So
feet
on the
and then
map,
charged in front.
you guys are looking through this window right here.
Okay, let's put ourselves on the map here.
Okay.
Jump through the window.
Walk backwards
Okay,
10
you can
feet,
certainly
then
jump
run
through the
up and
window.
jump.
Hannah realizes you're gonna do some bullshit and is like, fuck!
Shit!
Desmond, what are you doing?
I run up and attempt to dive through the window.
Okay, go ahead and give me an athletics
I
check.
definitely thought you were gonna do some magic bullshit to it.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Go ahead and give me an
Spell
athletics check
slots.
real quick.
Athletic.
Yeah.
Oh lord.
My favorite. Come on, come on, come on. I'm
Three.
coming! Oh.
Wait, is
Basically-
that
So, Hayana, you
No,
just sort of
no,
watch as
no.
Desmond runs, jumps, hits the window, and it doesn't even, like, crack. He just hits it and then falls to the ground.
what? So my
Lionette,
knowledge-
hang on.
my knowledge is.
As you're thinking, Lionette, you just, like, readying yourself to attack Berto. You just hear this. And you look to the side and just look at the window and see Desmond, full cartoon style, just fall off the window.
God.
Flabbergasted.
From my previous experience, how likely do I think it is that I can get a shot through the window?
With a 22, you can just see shapes. I would give them 3/4 cover, but you can certainly attempt it.
I don't necessarily want to shoot somebody in there. I want to break this window.
Oh, depends on the toughness of the window, but windows are usually pretty easy to shatter. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, are they?
So I will aim like in the. I
weigh,
will
like, 2
aim
pounds.
in the vicinity of these people, but my main point is to break this window.
Okay, go ahead and just roll an attack for me.
Cool. So I'm going to, I guess, aim at the largest humanoid, since none of my friends are particularly like rotund, I guess. You know. So I'm gonna do that. I guess I don't know if they're hurt, but I'm gonna roll with Colossus because meta Lee, I know that they're hurt. So. 10's probably not
10?
gonna do it.
It hits the window. You watch as it hits the window and shatters the window inwards.
Thank God. Okay, cool.
Which immediately you watch as Lionette, you watch as Berto and the assassin look over that direction, and then Berto just and looks at you angrily. We got company, boys.
I'm gonna move back. Maybe about there. On my turn, I'm gonna drag Desmond back with me. Is that okay?
Sure. And now Desmond and Hannah, go ahead and roll initiative for me.
All right.
I mean, that was so in character.
It's a crit initiative. It's
Nice.
24.
Makes sense that you went now.
Nothing. Why
Okay.
couldn't I have had that for the attack?
Okay.
It
well.
broke. You didn't need it.
So, Lydia, you're up.
Right. If I can still see Bertol, I want to yell, "You asked where they were. They just like being fashionably late." And then I can choose a point to cast Sleep from that hits creatures within a 20-mile radius. So can I
20
make it
miles?
somewhere
20
like 20 feet?
Yeah, 20
sorry,
foot
or-
radius.
Okay, sorry.
Everyone in
Miles away,
Sutton.
a bird falls asleep.
Okay, so where are you placing the sleep? Is it everyone that you choose within the range as well?
No, I think it's literally everyone, but I'm trying to get it just at a point far enough kind of south behind me that it doesn't hit Ian, but it hits the two people around her.
You can
Oh
certainly
no,
do
I'm sorry,
that,
you're
yeah.
right. It is
I thought it was
choose. Creatures.
Yeah. So you can
that
just
I
place it
choose,
on
you're right.
yourself, essentially.
Excellent. Then I will do that.
Okay,
and
go ahead
I'm
and
gonna
roll
do
it.
that at my last second level.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Because if it worked, that would be great.
27. Okay.
Did it work?
You watch as this fella and this fella, both of the ones next to Amanj and Elias, just look at each other and just, "Oi, don't you fucking fall asleep, you," and then they both just hit the ground.
Nice.
Elias just looks over and just, "Yes, Andy."
I tell my boys, we all need a specialty.
Yeah. And then Elias looks over towards Berto and narrows his gaze. Any bonus
That's
actions?
my turn.
Okay.
Nope.
Amanj.
Okay, so these sleepy boys can't take attacks of opportunity on me, and so you saved me a key point. I'm gonna move
Okay.
over on a fucking square. Well, it won't. Oh, I see the tiles aren't lined up with the...
Yeah, no, they're not.
Trixie.
Yeah.
Trixie. Anyway, so 10 feet away from Berthold, I'm gonna use Fangs of the Fire Snake. And,
Yeah.
do some punch. We're
Okay.
gonna try the first two punch.
This is
Um,
both against Berto, yeah?
Excellent. So I got a 17 and 16. They both did 8 damage, and I am going to spend a key point on both, actually, using my last key points
To do
to
2d10 extra.
to do 2d10 extra damage.
Okay.
12 extra damage, so that's a total of
28 points
20.
of damage.
yeah.
Wow, okay, that's a lot of fucking damage.
Wow, nice.
I'm not happy with him.
Yeah, it's Amanja's temper.
Okay, Amanj, go ahead and end this.
Yes! Okay, so I'm just gonna leap over the sleeping people and dash over and stop sort of right in this doorway thing. I reach out my hands and snakes of fire shoot out from them, wrap around Bertold's neck, and choke him out.
Okay. So, as the window shatters, everyone is fighting in the back room. Lionette, you watch as Bertold just... No bother. It's fine. Honestly, I could use your bodies for what comes next. And then goes up to stab you, and you watch as these two flaming snakes just appear out of the ether and begin to choke Bertold out. He begins to struggle, and you watch as his eyes just begin to flash for a second. He shudders in his space, and then just you watch as his cane hits the ground and clatters, and he just and then you just watch as he just his head just pops into ash, and he
The fuck?
hits the ground,
Lionette spits on him.
and you watch as the two snakes and just turn to ash into the ether.
Is the rest of his body still there?
It
I
is.
think you're right, Morgan.
Gross. Did we skip Lionette's turn?
No, Lionette is way at the bottom.
Oh,
Yeah.
order. Okay.
Okay, is that your turn, Amanj?
That is it. for me.
Okay. Elias, getting ready to run at Bertolt, just stops. Alright. It's a bit fucking... God, fuck. And then just runs at this guy. And is gonna help Ian out. Elias is gonna go ahead and, still with the smite on his sword, because he hasn't hit anything yet, is going to attack the assassin. There's a 13. Does that hit the assassin? It just hits the assassin. Okay, so now some shit happens. So the assassin takes 5 points of piercing damage. Which assassin is this? It's number 1 or 2? Number 1. So 5 points of piercing damage plus 6 points of psychic damage. And then the assassin needs to make a wisdom saving throw. That is a 12, which Elias's save DC is higher than that. So you watch as Elias stabs into this assassin and then recoils the blade and then just stares at the assassin and just says, "Be afraid." And you watch the assassin looks up and then is just like visibly shaking, looking at Elias and trying to look for escapes. Elias also gets sneak attack on this because Ian and Amanj are there. Because yes, he is a rogue as well as a paladin.
Typical.
An extra 5 on top of that. That's hurts this boy. Okay, he is hurting. That is going to be Elias's turn, however. Desmond, looking in the window now, and you can just barely see over the shattered glass.
I'm gonna scratch my head, turn to Hayana and go, I weakened it, and then dive through.
Okay, you go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Oh, great.
There's shattered glass on the other side, buddy.
Oh my god.
No.
2.
Okay, you take 2
If
points.
Desmond is the one who dies in this fight.
You take 2 points of piercing damage as you dive in and just slide across some broken glass.
I shout back, careful, there's broken glass. And then 15, 20, 25, then bonus action, action, I'm gonna dash. 5, 10, 15. I'm gonna see all the mother truckers surrounding Ian and Lydia, and I'ma use 2 of my sorcery points to turn a spell into a bonus action.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna Chaos Bolt at 2nd level.
Whom?
I'm gonna pick one of the 3. Which one? Probably that one.
Okay, so
This
one at the
boy.
back. Go ahead and roll it. So that is thug number 1.
Chaos Bolt. Oh no.
10.
Damn it.
Unfortunately does not hit.
Can I use Tides of Chaos?
Yeah? To get advantage?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
24 to hit.
24 hits. So we'll take the first damage, that's what you do. So you is 24 to hit, and then it is 16 damage of poison or psychic, your choice.
What, are you taking the first one? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you sure you don't want to take the second one?
For 10.
Don't argue this.
No, because it comes the same thing, and that means it would jump to another person.
Technically, you would take the first damage that you rolled, because that is the damage.
Damage.
It's supposed to be advantage.
Poison or psychic? I will do poison.
Poison. Okay, so a burst of poisonous energy just fires out of Desmond's hand, flies towards the thug, and hits him in the face, and you watch as his skin just slowly begins to dissolve, and he begins to cough and puke his lungs up. That's a lot of damage to him.
I give a nod to Lionette and scene.
Okay. Ian, you're up.
Ooh, okay. I'm going to cast Shillelagh on my sickle.
Okay. That's the bonus action. You make an attack as your action.
And
you
I'm
want to.
gonna swing at
Okay. Go ahead. 12
Yes,
on the
12.
thugs. Does hit.
Hey.
a
Not very well armored, these guys. They weren't paid great. So that is 8 points of slashing damage. Slashing damage. Okay. Is that your turn? Okay.
believe so. Yeah.
On Bertolt's turn, Lionette, you watch as the body, the headless body, twitches.
No.
The arm outstretches, grabs the cane rapier as the body begins to slowly stand up. You hear this, like, exhale of air just out of the stub that is now his neck as he just stands there lumbering. You sort of watch as the assassin next to him just looks over, very concerned, and then Bertolt just slashes at you, Lionette. That is going to be an attack. As a 14 to hit you, I don't believe that hits you.
No, it does not.
Okay, Bertolt is going to action surge. And attack again. There's a natural 1. I only wish for death.
Stabs himself.
Sort of watches the blade just passes by you, and you block both strikes, even though you are completely taken aback by what is happening. It is now your turn.
I'm going to try and smack it back down. That's a 21 to hit.
21
For
hits.
10 damage.
10 damage. You slice and slice into his chest, and you sort of watch as his chest is now just open, and he begins to fall back, and then just goes back into being alive, essentially, and carries on moving.
Can I? Well, I don't know if I could with my movement try and like move the sword away from him if he's still like a puddle of goo.
No, just to disarm, that is an action. Unfortunately. But smart idea for next time. Is it your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay. There are 2 thugs that are currently awake. There is going to be 2 attacks against Ian and 2 attacks against Lydia.
Shit.
So Lydia first. That is a 23 to hit.
Healers. Yeah, that hits.
That's 5 points of bludgeoning damage. And then second strike is an 18 to hit.
Can I use
No.
cutting words on that?
You certainly can.
I would like to use my last cutting words.
Roll well. Don't
Go ahead and roll a d6.
6.
So there's a 12 to hit.
No, it doesn't.
So the first strike cracks you in the ribs, and he brings it back to go for a strike against your head, and you just say something outwardly. What do you say?
I say something intelligent and shock me.
He just turns his head in confusion as you move out of the way just in time as he stops a little bit and then carries on. And he just misses. Perfect. And then the 2 against Ian. That is an 18 against you, Ian.
That hits.
That is 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm down.
Okay, he cracks Ian across the face, and Ian just hits the ground and just begins to bleed out there, hurt. He is going to... He's going to hit you again. So that's a 22, that hits you. So you take 2 death saves.
2?
2. You fail 2 death saves. As he just cracks you directly in the ribs, and you watch as Ian just begins to bleed out there as that was a heavy hit onto her chest. You hear crunches.
Guys.
It is now the assassin's turns. This assassin is going to... he is afraid right now, so he actually has to move because of the thing that Elias did. So he needs to go 5, 10, 15...
Attack of opportunity?
Yep. 20, 25, 30.
6 damage.
That is gonna hit him. You just, as he runs past, just crack him in the skull. Elias also gets an attack as he runs out of his range. There's an 18 that is going to hit him for 5 more damage. This guy's still up, but he's hurt. And the assassin is going to run past you, Desmond, and just slide and then try and stab you, but he's looking off into the corner and he still sees Elias. So he gets disadvantage on this.
Cool.
There's a 9 to hit.
No.
So you just move out of the way, and he just slices past you and doesn't do anything. The other assassin is going to attack Lionette. There's an 18 to hit you, Lionette.
That hits.
Okay, that is 6 points of piercing damage, and a con save, please.
12.
Just fail it. So that is 3 extra points of poison damage on top of that. So 9 altogether. That is their turn. Hayana.
Hello. Hey, this is a bad situation, huh?
Yes, it is.
Alright, well, I mean, I'm climbing in this window, let's be real.
Okay.
So that's 5.
You climb
I
in,
assume I
sort
need
of...
to do a...
go ahead and give me an athletics check.
It's an 11.
Okay, yes, that's fine. It's above 10. So you go in, you
Alright, cool.
mind the glass, as Desmond said. You listen, and you sort of start walking in, and you just see people be like these assassins fighting your friends, and a headless Bertold Hayek in the middle of the room, just attacking Lionette with a sword.
That's fucked up. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I am going to knock a silver bolt, and I'm going to aim it at Bertold.
Okay, go ahead and attack.
Does he count as a humanoid for the purposes of this attack?
As of right now, he does not.
Okay. Alright, actually, you know what? Before I do that, I'm gonna Hunter's Mark him.
Okay, so he's Hunter's marked.
Hunter's marked, and he's hurt, I assume.
Oh yeah, he's at 1 HP.
I mean, he doesn't have a head. Hey, how's a 27 do?
Yeah, that hits. Then go ahead and roll Hunter's Mark.
Nice.
It's an extra 2, so 12 piercing damage total.
Okay, so it's... No. So as you enter, you see Bertolt, and then you knock a bolt, aim. Go ahead and end this.
Normally I would aim for the head, but that seems to be bad, so I think Hannah aims for, like, sort of the vague area where the heart should be. And just very, like, calmly and coolly, because this is such a bad situation, fires.
Okay, you watch as it enters his chest and then exits his chest as he just gets taken with the inertia of the bolt past you, Lionette, falling. And as he falls, he's holding up his hand to like he was about to go and slice you again, but you see a slight glow just on his wrist that, as the bolt exits, dims and dissipates as he clatters to the ground, currently unmoving.
You good?
No.
Cool.
Lydia.
I dropped my knees and I cradle Ian's head in my hands and say something that I heard from a raven's might and say, "Now is not your time, friend." And I cast Cure Wounds.
Yes.
Okay, so Ian, you're at 9 hit points.
Okay.
As
And
you
I
wake
think that's
up.
all I do.
Okay. Amanj.
Yeah, this might surprise people, but I'm actually gonna punch
Whoa.
someone.
What?
Out
Yeah.
of character.
You punch?
Yeah, and it's gonna be the
Show's
thug
cancelled.
that's next to Ian.
Show's cancelled, guys.
Well, one was a 25 to hit.
Oh, he's already
And one
taken
was a
some
13.
damage. Yeah, you just run up and just punch him twice, and you just hear his head snap and his neck snap, and he just hits the ground.
Cool.
He did.
And I'm gonna take another step forward, sort of over his dead body, to surround the other thug that's awake.
Okay. Elias is going to look around and then sees the two assassins sort of looking around and looking towards the door. And he just, "Don't let them leave!" And runs up to this guy. And is going to make an attack. 14 hits, he is going to smite him. So he takes 14 points of radiant damage. And because Lionette is there, he gets sneak attack. Guys, I don't want to be presumptuous, but Paladin Rogue, it's pretty broken.
It's like a combo.
It is.
So you watch as he just runs up and slices at the assassin, very anime style, and just sort of runs past him almost. And there is just this moment where blood just begins to trickle out of the assassin's clothes. He just still up, just looking to the door. Desmond.
Hi. I'm gonna turn to the one who just looked at me, who just tried to hit me, and then I am going to Chaos Bolt him at disadvantage because he's right next to me.
Yes.
Actually, before I do that, I want to do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm going to take an attack on that, but
You're going to take an attack okay, very well. He's going to attack you at disadvantage. That is an 8. Fuck my life. Carry on.
And then I will cast Chaos Bolt.
Okay, go ahead.
At second level. No.
So the first thing is 6 or 2, so it's poison or cold damage. What do you want?
What?
Poison or cold?
Poison or cold? Poison.
Okay, so you watch as Desmond just places his arm up, just trying to take the attack, but the guy misses as he's still looking off the corner of his eye to Elias, scared. And then Desmond slides, turns, and just full fucking Tony Stark style, just and just fires a Chaos Bolt towards the guy. It hits him in the back, and it just turns into this cloud of smoke. This green smoke that just permeates the area that just disappears out of nowhere, and the guy is already on the ground, veins popping out of his face, just dead as fuck.
Hell yeah.
Then I will use two more sorcery points. to firebolt this boy, because I can.
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
And because you're on fire.
Oh, probably does not hit. 12.
Just misses. You try and do the same thing, and you fire the firebolt, and the guy is looking in your direction, sees you kill his friend, and then just moves out of the way, very Matrix style, just goes over his head, slow motion. It's awesome.
Huh.
Is it your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay. Ian, you are currently on the ground,
Ew.
but you are conscious.
Stand up. Can I stand up?
Yep, you stand up, half a movement.
Need to swing as best I can at this guy because he made me mad.
Okay.
19 to hit.
19.
Yeah.
This is number 1. Yeah, you just get up, look at him, and he looks down at you, and then to the rest of your friends, and you just and swing, and you just hear a and you look over, and his head just hits the ground, and then he slumps to the ground dead.
He says something cool and infernal.
Something cool.
I don't know. He just says
Catchphrase.
something cool.
Okay.
Good spell.
Is it your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Lioness.
Oh, never mind.
No, you can still use a bonus action if you wanted to.
Okay, I was gonna use a bonus action on Lydia.
Go ahead and roll a d6.
D6.
So there's 4 points of healing plus 1 temporary hit point.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. There you go. So Lionette.
I'm gonna stab the assassin.
Okay, you are the last person before he goes.
22 to hit.
22 to hit. It's assassin.
It better hit.
Oh, it definitely hits. Takes 7 points. He's still up. You and just pierce him in the chest, and he holds it there, just staring at you with his mask on. Is it your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay. The assassin just holds the blade in his chest, and then just stares into your eyes, Lionette, looks at Elias, and then back at you.
I glare at him.
The Riven will know of this. And then takes something out of one of his pockets and throws it to the ground, and this smoke just appears out of nowhere in a 20-foot cube.
What?
He is going to use his action to disengage, and then his bonus action to dash, going 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, and then he gets double movement after that. So he has 34. He just runs past you, Desmond. You do get an attack opportunity.
Come on, dagger.
Kill
Come
him.
on, dagger.
Stab him so good.
There is no way.
Please.
Net 20.
It's a +1 to hit.
+1 to hit.
Jesus. Roll it, baby.
Oh
Nice.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Natural 20.
Holy shit.
Okay,
Justin's having a great day.
so that's a natural 20 with max damage. Okay.
Reward him.
So,
Make it dead.
Desmond, as you watch the cloud just appear, you can't see very well. You just see shadows in the distance. And then you take out your dagger, readying yourself, knowing that he's going for the door. And you just don't know where to stab. And then a voice in your head just says, left. And you stab left. And you look up. And you see that you are currently having your dagger embedded in the abdomen of the assassin that is running away. You slice all the way through as the assassin hits the door frame, and then just shakes for a second, goes for the door handle, and then you watch as he just hits the ground. Hey Desmond, go ahead and roll a 1d100 for me.
Yeah.
That was so dope, dude.
I legitimately
That was-
jumped up.
That is some
crazy.
wild shit.
It- I didn't even roll it, and I stood up.
That's D&D at its finest.
Ah, and now explodes. 13.
13.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead and roll again.
What?
Go ahead and roll again.
1.
Oh god.
Oh
Oh no.
Natural one.
Oh shit! So he rolled a 1 on a 1d100. Okay. Desmond. Roll again.
no! Oh, right.
18. Okay. You guys
Guys, if
watch
Desmond died. Oh,
as Desmond just stabs this guy, looks over towards you, Hayana, and then out of nowhere, a beard made completely of feathers just appears out of his chin. A full beard. Desmond, go ahead and roll again.
What color?
They are black feathers. Makes sense.
82.
Okay, you suddenly like speed up, and you feel like you can take an additional action. Go ahead and roll again.
Oh my god.
100.
Oh my god.
You regain all of your sorcery points. You watch
Oh my
as Desmond just begins to shake, the feathers begin to ruffle off of his chin, and then he just begins to glow this immediate golden light. And he just stops for a second.
Are you
He
good?
makes that sound.
You rolled 100, so this is what's happening. Desmond, you just go still for a second. And begin to hear Desmond, as many voices begin to cloud and make you suffer within your own mind for a second. You just stare at the ground. And you feel a hand on your shoulder clench. And you feel another hand on your other shoulder, moister this time, more moist. As you just look up. And you watch as Desmond's eyes go golden completely. He smiles.
Can I run towards him?
You start to run towards him, and there is just this aura pulsating from him. It hurts to even look at him right now. And then you hear a voice, the two voices right next to you, just in tandem say, "Soon, my child, soon. You are to be chosen. Do well to serve your power correctly." Go ahead and roll again, Desmond.
No, no.
I
So-
don't want to be.
So, because he rolled a 1, he has to roll 5 times.
Jesus.
Yep.
42.
And then you watch as the glow begins to fade. The voices, Desmond, just begin to slowly come to an end. Desmond, you look up towards Hayana, stare at her for a second, and then just everything goes dark. As Hayana, you run towards and you watch Desmond just right there where he was is nothing but a potted plant.
That's some Harry Potter bullshit.
That's the best way to end.
And that's what we'll go ahead and end this week's episode, I think.
Doesn't he have one more roll?
Do we have to?
I leave you guys alone for 5 minutes.
He cannot roll in this form. So that's good. So he's just a potted plant. You do sort of watch as Elias just looks at you guys as you're running past, grabs you by the shoulder, Lionette, and as the session ends, he just says, "You guys are fucked." And that's what we'll go ahead and pick up next week. What?
Oh boy.
Oh.
What?
Ian knows how to take care of plants.
Oh.
Oh,
That's true.
boy.
He's a plant.
Oh
Something a
my
cleric can fix.
Holy shit.
It's probably temporary, but if it's not, I love plants, so...
Good.
Desmond's a plant now, you guys.
I wonder what part of him turns into the pot, though.
Pants.
His constitution will be like the same.
Anyway, so thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you all so much for playing. This was a session.
Those went places.
Interesting. You chose a course of action. You made your decision. Amanj made a decision. So we will pick up there with the aftermath of what comes next week. I thoroughly look forward to it. I hope you all do too. So
Wait, can the bard bring it full circle real quick?
Sure.
Amanj is a bit of a hothead.
We'll see you guys next week. Thank you guys so much for watching. We love your faces, and don't forget to not
Don't forget to water your plants.
Don't forget to water your
Wear
plants.
gloves when you garden.
I like that one. Water your plants, people. Water your plants. We'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Bye.